Here is Act 1 with no headers or titles. Veyne first saw the palace of Aurelith in the rain. It rose from the far side of Greywold Vale like something the mountains had tried to remember and failed. Its towers were not tall in the proud way of human keeps, blunt and square against the sky, but slender and curved, their broken tips bending inward like reeds over water. Pale stone showed through cloaks of ivy. Arched windows stared empty over the valley. A whole eastern wing had collapsed into a slope of moss and silver rubble, and yet the ruin did not look dead. It looked patient. Mara stood at the base of the old processional road with her hood drawn low and her satchel cutting into one shoulder. Rain jeweled the black coils of hair escaping her ribbon and slipped down the side of her face. Behind her, the hired cart creaked away, leaving her crate of tools beneath a weathered cedar and her trunk half sunk in mud. The carter had refused to go farther. "Road's not right up there," he had muttered, avoiding the palace with his eyes. "Turns under your wheels when it's wet." Mara had paid him anyway. She was used to men inventing reasons to abandon difficult work at the earliest opportunity. Now she looked up the cracked road, past stones carved with leaf shapes no vine had made, toward the palace where she would spend the next several months restoring what remained of a vanished kingdom's walls. "Well," she said softly to the rain, "if the road turns, I suppose I had better turn with it." Her voice disappeared into the mist. Greywold Vale lay behind her, a scatter of slate roofs, sheep meadows, chimney smoke, and narrow lanes that bent around old elven stones as if no one wished to touch them. The village had been polite when she arrived that morning, but politely uneasy. Children had peered at her from beneath shop awnings. Women had paused with market baskets on their arms. Men had lowered their voices when she passed. Everyone knew the palace was empty. Everyone also seemed relieved that someone else would be the one to prove it. Mara adjusted her satchel, gripped the handle of her paint box, and started up the processional road. The stones were slick beneath her boots, but they did not turn. At least, not in any way she could blame on magic. Tree roots had shouldered several slabs out of place, and rainwater ran through the cracks like quicksilver threads. The road curved twice where it seemed once to have gone straight, but centuries of neglect could explain that. Centuries could explain a great deal, if one gave them patience. She stopped once to inspect a fallen marker. Beneath the moss, a line of Elven script curled along its face. Mara could not read it, but she traced the shape of the letters with her eyes, noting the rhythm. Elven inscriptions always seemed less written than grown. Human letters marched. Elven letters leaned toward one another as if sharing secrets. Her fingers twitched toward her sketchbook. She resisted. "Work first. Wonder later." A voice called from above. "Mistress Veyne?" Mara looked up. A young woman stood beneath the palace gate, waving one arm with an enthusiasm the weather did not deserve. She had cropped auburn hair plastered to her forehead, a dark blue coat too large for her narrow shoulders, and a stack of oilcloth-wrapped books clutched against her ribs. "Yes," Mara called back. "Unless another muralist has been foolish enough to arrive in this rain." The woman grinned. "Only one foolish muralist was expected. That is a comfort." The woman hurried down to meet her, slipped once, recovered with dignity, and offered a hand. "Ivena Quill. Archive keeper, council clerk when they can catch me, and your assigned assistant when they cannot." Mara shook her hand. Ivena's palm was ink-stained and cold. "Mara Veyne. Muralist, restorer, and apparently road climber. I would have sent someone to help with your luggage, but Tessel says the palace only respects those who carry their own burdens up the hill the first time." "Does Tessel speak for the palace often?" "More often than the palace speaks for itself, though I would not swear he is wrong." Mara glanced toward the gate. Its arch was carved with branches, birds, and dozens of small, watching faces hidden among the leaves. Most had lost noses or chins to weather, but their eyes remained. "I hope he gives it better counsel than that." Ivena tucked her books under one arm and reached for the tool crate. "Come. Councillor Brindlecairn is waiting, and he dislikes waiting almost as much as he dislikes rain. That must make this morning a trial for him. It has sharpened his manners. You will find them very polished." Mara had restored enough manor chapels and ancestral halls to know exactly what that meant. Together they carried the first load through the palace gate. The courtyard beyond had once been paved in white and green stone, though grass now grew between the pieces in soft, unruly waves. A dry fountain stood at the center, shaped like a tree whose branches curved upward to hold bowls of water. No water flowed now. Dead leaves had gathered in the basins. Rain tapped them gently, like fingers on paper. The palace walls enclosed the courtyard on 3 sides. The fourth opened toward a view of the valley, though a row of broken columns suggested some grand terrace had once completed the square. Even in ruin, the place kept a strange grace. Nothing seemed built merely to stand. Every arch leaned toward another. Every window was placed as if it had once framed a particular star. A man in a mason's apron emerged from the shadow of a colonnade, carrying 2 planks over one shoulder. He was elderly, broad in the chest, and bent slightly at the knees, like a tree accustomed to wind. His white eyebrows were so heavy they made his eyes look deeply buried. "Is this her?" he asked Ivena. "This is Mistress Mara Veyne. Too young." Mara set down her paint box. "For carrying luggage or restoring murals? For knowing when a wall's about to lie to you?" "I have met several dishonest walls," Mara said. "Most were in barons' dining rooms." The old man considered her, then gave a short grunt that might have been approval. "Tessel briar hook. I keep stones from falling on clever heads. Then I will try not to make your work difficult. Clever heads always do." Ivena hid a smile badly. They made 2 more trips down the road for Mara's trunk and the rest of her supplies. By the time everything had been brought inside, Mara's cloak was soaked through and her boots had collected enough mud to begin a second road of their own. Ivena led her through a side entrance into a hall where work lamps burned in iron stands, their flames shivering gold across cracked marble. The air inside the palace was cool and mineral, touched with damp plaster, old ash, and something faintly sweet. Not flowers. Not rot. Something like dry leaves crushed between the pages of a book. Mara slowed without meaning to. Murals covered the walls. Even damaged, they stole the breath. A procession of elven figures curved along the left side of the hall, carrying bowls of fruit, lanterns shaped like birds, and long ribbons painted in colors that had somehow survived the centuries: river blue, seed gold, pomegranate, dusk violet. Above them, painted trees bent their branches to form arches. Beneath their feet, tiny animals peered from roots and grasses with such delicacy Mara could see the whiskers of a mouse no larger than her thumbnail. But the scene had been wounded. Whole faces were scraped away. Soot climbed one corner in a dark bloom. Damp had lifted flakes of pigment from the lower border. In places, later hands had daubed crude repairs over the original work, muddying lines that had once been precise. Mara stepped closer, forgetting rain, luggage, and manners. "Do you see?" Ivena asked. "Yes," Mara whispered. She saw the damage first. She always did. Not because damage was more powerful than beauty, but because damage asked the first question. What happened here? Fire, certainly. Water after. Human neglect. Perhaps deliberate defacement in the faces. Poor limewash residue along the upper trim. Someone had tried to cover the hall once, then thought better of it or been stopped. Then she saw the hand beneath it all. The original painter had understood movement. The figures did not merely walk, they were caught between one step and the next, as if the viewer had interrupted a festival still going on somewhere beneath the surface. Each face, where it remained, had individuality. Amusement here. Weariness there. A child turning to look backward. An elder lifting a hand not in greeting, but warning. Mara leaned close enough to smell the old plaster. "This is not decorative work," she said. "No. No. It records something. A ceremony, perhaps. Or a treaty." Her gaze moved along the procession. "See how the lanterns are painted differently in each figure's hand? They are not repeated motifs. They mean something." Ivena's eyes brightened. "I said the same in my report. And was ignored. Politely. With excellent penmanship." Before Mara could answer, footsteps approached from the far end of the hall. Councillor Odrin Brindleken entered as if the palace had been waiting all morning for the privilege. He was older than Mara had expected, perhaps near 60, but carried himself with deliberate elegance. His silver-blonde hair was tied neatly at his nape, his beard trimmed to a precise point, and his dark green coat was too fine for a damp ruin. A gold signet flashed on one hand. "Mistress Veyne," he said, extending both hands. "At last. Greywold Vale is fortunate to have secured your skill." Mara accepted the greeting. His hands were warm, dry, and soft. "Councillor Brindleken, thank you for the commission. The thanks will be mine when these old walls stop frightening visitors and start attracting them." He smiled, but his eyes moved past her to the damaged procession. "Aurelith has slept long enough as a heap of ghost stories. With care, it may yet become an asset to the valley." Mara kept her expression pleasant. Old places rarely enjoy being called assets. Ivena coughed, perhaps on purpose. Brindleken's smile sharpened by a hair. "Then we shall call it a heritage site, if that is gentler. You come recommended by the guild in Merrowford. They praised your restraint. I try not to make old paintings look new. A valuable philosophy. We do not want invention here, Mistress Veyne. Stabilization, cleaning, documentation, and restoration where feasible. Nothing speculative." "Of course." His gaze lingered on her face as if weighing how much that assurance meant. "The palace has stirred imaginations for centuries. Some villagers would happily believe every painted bird is an omen and every cracked doorway a portal into elven sorrow. I prefer sober work." "So do I," Mara said, though she had never found wonder and sobriety to be natural enemies. Brindleken clasped his hands behind his back. "Excellent. Ivena will provide records. Tessel will manage structural hazards. You may request laborious, though I advise keeping the crew small until the site is safe. Certain chambers are not to be entered without permission. Because they are unstable. Because they are politically sensitive." Mara glanced at Ivena, who suddenly found interest in the floor. Brindleken continued. "Aurelith's history is tangled with old land claims, most of them baseless and all of them inconvenient. My council supports restoration as culture, not as invitation for every scholar, noble, and romantic fool to resurrect dead disputes. I restore paint, councillor. Not lawsuits. Let us hope the distinction remains clear." Tessel muttered, "Paint lasts longer." Brindleken chose not to hear him. "You will begin in the outer halls and proceed inward as approved. The moonlit gallery will require particular discretion." Mara looked up. "The moonlit gallery? The largest surviving mural cycle. Also the most damaged. It depicts the supposed fall of Aurelith, though interpretations vary wildly. May I see it today? After you have settled. Paint does not become less damaged while I unpack." This time Brindleken's smile did not reach any part of him. "Very well." Briefly. He led them through corridors where the palace shifted between ruin and splendor. Some chambers were open to the sky, their floors green with moss. Others remained nearly whole, with ceilings painted in faded constellations and doors carved so thinly they seemed made of folded leaves. In one passage, Mara felt a draft pass over her face though there were no windows. In another, her footsteps echoed a half-breath late. Tessel noticed her noticing. "Best not to count echoes here," he said. "Why?" "You'll dislike the answer." "I dislike most answers I am warned against." "Then count them and learn." Mara nearly smiled, but the feeling faded when they reached the gallery. The doors were taller than any human doors she had seen, though one hung crooked and the other had been braced with fresh timber. Beyond them stretched a long chamber with a vaulted ceiling veined by cracks. Narrow windows lined the western wall, their glass long gone. Rain mist drifted through, silvering the air. The opposite wall was entirely covered by one mural. Mara stopped just inside. The painting was enormous. It began with a city under starlight, white towers, green roofs, bridges like ribbons, and a river shining beneath moon-shaped lamps. Then the image darkened. Figures fled through courtyards. Blue fire climbed trees. A council chamber cracked down the center. Painted smoke twisted across the wall with such skill that Mara almost smelled burning cedar. At the center stood a king. Even through soot and damage, he held the eye. He was tall, bronze-skinned, and robed in deep green and tarnished gold. Long silver-black hair fell over one shoulder. His face had been scraped and repainted, not once, but several times. The current expression was cold, almost cruel, but the line of the jaw beneath it suggested something else had been there before. Grief, perhaps. Or horror. His right hand had been altered clumsily to hover above a painted blue flame. His left reached toward a small door in the mural, half hidden behind a fall of shadow. Mara's gaze fixed on that door. It was no larger in the painting than her own hand, set into the background behind the king. A minor detail, one might think. But it was painted with impossible care. Every grain of the dark wood showed. Every iron curl of the latch held a pinpoint of light. The little threshold receded into blackness that did not flatten against the wall the way painted shadow should. It drew the eye inward. No. Not drew. Pulled. Mistress Veyne? Brindlecane said. Mara blinked. Who painted this? Unknown. That is not possible. His brows lifted. Many things are lost. A work like this would have been signed, even if only in cipher. Court painters marked their records. Ivena nodded eagerly. I have searched every visible border. Nothing yet, but several lower sections are obscured by soot. Find the hand, Mara murmured. Then we find the intent. The intent, Brindlecane said, was to record a disaster. Possibly to embellish one. Mara moved closer, careful not to touch. The king's altered face troubled her. Too much pressure in the overpaint. Too little understanding of the original structure. Someone had not merely repaired him. Someone had accused him. What was his name? She asked. Ivena answered before Brindlecane could. Saerion Thornevale, according to 3 fragments and 1 ballad of doubtful reliability. Last king of Aurelith. Mara studied the painted figure. What did he do? That depends on which account one reads. Brindlecane's voice cooled. The common version is that he failed to save his people. The less charitable claim he caused the fall himself. Mara looked at the king's hand, the awkward blue flame, the hidden door. And the charitable? Silence settled in the gallery. Rain whispered through the empty windows. Ivena said, quieter now, there are not many charitable versions. For reasons Mara could not explain, the answer saddened her. She stepped to the right, examining the wall from an angle. The painted doorway's shadow shifted. Mara went still. Painted shadows did not shift. She leaned closer. Behind her, Brindlecane was explaining budgets, timelines, and public access with the steady confidence of a man who believed words could keep the world in order. Mara barely heard him. The door in the mural had a real shadow. Not large. Not obvious. A narrow darkness lay beneath the painted lintel, falling at the wrong angle from the lamp's tassel had set along the floor. Mara raised her hand, then stopped herself before her fingers brushed the paint. No touching before assessment. No assumptions before testing. No testing before documentation. Her own rules held her still. Mistress Veyne, Brindlecane said sharply. She lowered her hand. This gallery must be my priority. I expected as much enthusiasm, but no. The outer halls are safer and more suitable for initial work. This wall is unstable. Tessel grunted from near the door. She's right. Brindlecane turned. Structurally? Maybe. Maybe not. But the plaster's lifting near the center. Leave it another season and you'll lose pieces. That was not entirely true. The plaster was damaged, yes, but not urgently. Tessel's eyes met Mara's for half a second, steady beneath his brows. He had seen something too. Brindlecane looked displeased. Very well. Preliminary assessment only. No dramatic interventions without approval. I never perform dramatic interventions, Mara said. Ivena made a small sound that might have been disbelief. The counselor gave final instructions, reminded them twice that nothing in the gallery was to be discussed in the village, and departed with his polished boots clicking over the ancient floor. His absence left the chamber larger. For a moment no one spoke. Then Tessel said, "Door's wrong." Mara turned to him. "You saw it. I see stone. I see gaps. I see when a thing thinks it's a thing it shouldn't be. Ivana hugged her books tighter. What does that mean? It means I dislike that little painted door. Mara studied him. Has anyone touched it? Not while I was watching. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Ivana came to stand beside Mara, peering at the mural. It does look deeper than the others. Is it a trick of perspective? Yes, Mara said. But I do not know whose trick. She spent the afternoon documenting the gallery. She sketched the full mural in sections, marked areas of loss, noted cracks, pigment instability, smoke damage, overpainting, and places where the original line had been deliberately obscured. Work steadied her. Measurements did not become less true because one's heart beat too fast. Plaster did not care whether one felt watched. And yet she felt watched. Not by the empty windows, nor by Ivana's bright curiosity, nor by Tessel's quiet suspicion from the doorway. The painted king watched her. His amber eyes should have been lifeless. They were not well restored. Whoever had repainted his expression had given him severity but not depth. Still, whenever Mara looked away, she felt the weight of his gaze settle somewhere near her shoulder. By dusk, Nalia Fen arrived carrying a basket of rags nearly as large as herself. I am sorry, she panted. Mistress Quill said West Gallery, but I went to the West Upper Gallery, and then there was a staircase that turned into a cupboard, only it might have been a cupboard first, and then Master Tessel shouted, but not from where he was standing. Breathe, Mara said. Nalia obeyed with visible effort. She was younger than Mara had expected for a hired apprentice, perhaps 16, with uneven black braids, hazel eyes, and a round face flushed from panic. Her sleeves were rolled with determination but not skill, and a streak of lampblack crossed one cheek. You must be Nalia. Yes, Mistress Veyne. I can grind pigment, wash brushes, boil size, sand panels, sort rags, and keep very quiet if needed. Can you listen? Nalia blinked. Yes. Better than you can keep quiet. Ivana laughed under her breath. Nalia straightened. Much better. Good. Listening matters more. The girl's anxious expression softened into wonder as she looked past Mara to the mural. Oh. That single word held more reverence than Brindlecairn's entire speech. Mara liked her for it. They worked until the light thinned. Ivana read fragments from old records while Mara compared them to the painted scenes. Tessel measured cracks and muttered at the ceiling. Nalia prepared a table for tools and listened as if every instruction were a key to a locked kingdom. But Mara did not touch the little painted door. She told herself it was discipline. When evening settled, Tessel insisted they leave the gallery. Old walls breathe at night, he said. Do they also object to company? Mara asked. They object to witnesses. Ivana gathered her notes. There are rooms made ready in the south wing. Mostly dry, only mildly haunted by mice. Nalia looked alarmed. Mostly dry rooms or mostly dry mice? Both, if fortune favors us. Mara followed them out, but at the threshold she glanced back. The moonlit gallery lay dim behind her. The work lamps had been extinguished one by one, but the central mural had not surrendered entirely to darkness. A faint pallor touched the painted city. The little door behind the king seemed darker than the night around it. For an instant, Mara thought she saw light beneath it. Then Tessel pulled the warped gallery door shut. Her room in the south wing had a narrow bed, a writing table, one cracked basin, and a window overlooking the courtyard fountain. The roof leaked in two corners but not over the bed, which Mara considered generous. Someone had laid a fire in the hearth. It smoked at first, then caught with a reluctant glow. Mara unpacked her tools before her clothes. Brushes went into a roll by size. Scrapers into a leather case. Pigment knives wrapped in cloth. Chalk, charcoal, measuring thread, gum, glue, a small magnifying lens, and her best sable brush, which she used only for faces and fine line repair. At the bottom of her trunk lay her private sketchbook. She placed it on the table and did not open it. The sketchbook held work no client had commissioned. Doorways that led into impossible gardens. Birds with towers on their backs. Women whose shadows bloomed into trees. 100 small inventions she never showed anyone because invention was dangerous in restoration. Clients wanted what had been, or what they thought had been. They praised her restraint. They paid for her restraint. Mara had built a life on not adding too much of herself. She sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed a smear of soot from her wrist. The room smelled of smoke, rain, and old stone. Beyond the window, the courtyard fountain held the last of the daylight in its empty bowls. She should sleep. Dawn would bring work, and work would bring answers. Instead, when the palace quieted, Mara rose. She took a lamp, her sketchbook, a measuring thread, and the small sable brush. No paint. No solvent. No tools that could alter anything. Only observation. That was what she told herself as she stepped into the corridor. The palace at night was not silent. Rain ticked through broken roofs. Water dripped into unseen basins. Wind moved along passages with a voice almost like distant singing. Once, Mara stopped because she heard footsteps behind her, but when she turned, the corridor was empty. She did not count the echoes. The moonlit gallery doors stood closed. The timber brace tessel had set across one panel leaned against the wall rather than holding it shut. Mara frowned. She was certain he had wedged it properly. She lifted her lamp. "Mistress Quill," she whispered. No answer. The door opened at a touch. Inside, moonlight washed across the gallery floor through the empty windows. The rain had stopped. Clouds moved apart above the western hills, and the chamber filled with a pale, colorless glow that made the mural look less faded than submerged. Mara stood before the painted king. In daylight, his expression had seemed cold. In moonlight, it looked trapped. She swallowed. "This is only plaster," she whispered. The palace did not agree or disagree. She opened her sketchbook and drew the small painted door. Not the whole mural. Not the king. Only the door. Its narrow frame. Its ironwork. The dark seam at its base. As her charcoal moved, she noticed details she had missed before. A vine carved into the painted lintel had 7 leaves, but one was hidden beneath overpaint. The latch was not iron, as she had thought, but some darker metal with a green undertone. At the threshold, nearly invisible, were 3 tiny letters. Elven script. Mara leaned close, holding the lamp aside so the glare would not flatten the surface. The shadow beneath the painted door deepened. Her breath caught. There was a line of light under it. Not reflected moonlight. Not lamp glow. It was warmer, faintly gold, as if somewhere beyond that painted threshold a candle had been left burning for a very long time. Mara reached out, then pulled her hand back. "No," she said aloud. The light trembled. She thought of Brindlecairn's polished warnings. Tessel's muttered dislike. Ivena's records full of gaps. Nalia's reverent O. She thought of the king's altered face, his false hand above the false flame, and the way the painted door had drawn her eye like a question waiting centuries for punctuation. Observation, she reminded herself, required courage too. Mara lifted one finger and touched the painted latch. It was cold. It was also raised beneath her skin. Not painted. Not plaster. Metal. The latch turned with the softest click. The little door in the mural opened inward, though it had been no taller than her hand. As it opened, its edges widened. The painted wall stretched without tearing. The doorway grew, or Mara shrank, or the gallery forgot which size it had agreed to be. A breath of air moved through the opening, carrying scents of turpentine, crushed leaves, old smoke, and spring water. Beyond lay darkness brushed with gold. Mara should have run. Instead, she whispered, "What are you?" From beyond the doorway, a man's voice answered. A mistake, perhaps. Or the remnant of one. Mara stumbled back so quickly her heel struck the tool table. The lamp wavered. Shadows leapt over the mural. The voice had been quiet, low, and roughened by disuse. Not a ghostly moan. Not a trick of wind. A man. A living mind shaping words. The painted king's eyes had changed. Mara stared at him. His face on the wall remained still, but beyond the open doorway someone moved. A tall figure stood in the dimness, half hidden by the golden dark. "Who is there?" Mara demanded, though her voice came out less commanding than she intended. "A question I have asked the outer world for 387 years, the man replied. "Forgive me if I answer carefully." Mara gripped the edge of the table. "Are you Saerion Thornevale?" Silence. Then the figure stepped closer. He emerged into the strange light just beyond the threshold but did not cross it. He was the king from the mural and not the king from the mural. Taller than any man Mara knew, bronze-skinned, with long silver-black hair falling loose over robes faded by time. His features were fine and angular, but not cold. His amber eyes held astonishment so deep it looked almost like pain. "You know my name," he said. "I read it today." "Today," he repeated, as if the word itself were a window. "Then there is still a today." Mara's fear shifted, not vanishing but changing shape. "Where are you?" His gaze moved past her, hungry and sorrowful, to the moonlit gallery. "Nearer than I was yesterday. Farther than I have prayed to be." "That is not an answer." A faint curve touched his mouth, gone almost before she saw it. "No. It is what remains after too many answers fail." Mara took one careful step toward the doorway. "Are you alive?" "I believe so." "You believe so?" Immortality and imprisonment make poor companions. They argue over definitions. She stared at him. He lowered his gaze, perhaps recognizing that riddles were a cruelty to someone frightened. When he spoke again, his voice gentled. "Yes. I live. I am King Saerion Thornevale of Aurelith, or I was. This mural is my prison." Mara looked at the vast wall, the burning city, the fleeing figures, the false blue flame. How can a painting be a prison? With memory. With pigment. With a lie placed where truth should have stood. His eyes searched her face. "You opened the door. Are you a painter? A restorer?" "Ah." The single syllable held something like hope, and it frightened Mara more than the doorway had. "I have not agreed to anything," she said quickly. "No. Of course not. I do not understand what this is. I would not trust you if you did." The answer was so unexpected that Mara almost laughed. The sound caught in her throat instead. Saerion stepped no closer, though his gaze lingered on the open threshold between them. "May I know the name of the one who found the latch?" "Mara Veyne." He bowed his head. Not grandly, not as a king to a subject, but as one person acknowledging another across a fragile bridge. "Mara Veyne. I will remember it." Something in the way he said it made the gallery seem suddenly too still. Mara tightened her fingers around her sketchbook. "Why were you sealed here?" The faint hope in his expression dimmed. "Because a story was painted badly." "Badly as in poorly?" "Badly as in falsely." He looked over his shoulder into the golden dark. "The last day of my kingdom was taken, arranged, and fixed into accusation. As long as the mural tells that story, I remain what it says I am." Mara glanced at the painted king's altered face. "A traitor." His eyes closed briefly. Regret struck her. "I am sorry." "Do not be." It is a fair reading of the wall. When he opened his eyes, his composure had returned, but it seemed carefully held. "That is the cruelty of it." The doorway flickered. A fine crack of darkness threaded along its painted frame. Saerion looked toward it sharply. "You cannot remain. Not tonight. The first opening is seldom steady." Mara took another step back. "Will it close?" "Yes." "Will I be able to open it again?" His silence was answer enough to make her heart lurch. Then he said, "If the latch allowed your hand once, it may allow it again. But Mara Veyne, listen carefully. Do not scrape away what you do not understand. Do not paint over any line near the central flame. And trust no image that makes cruelty look simple." The doorway narrowed. "Wait," Mara said. "Are there others with you?" Pain crossed his face. Before he could answer, the little door folded inward on itself. The threshold shrank, the dark seam flattened, and the latch became no more than paint beneath her outstretched hand. The gallery was empty. Mara stood motionless until the lamp flame steadied. Her mind reached for sensible explanations and found none that did not collapse under their own weight. Dream? No, she stood awake with cold stone beneath her boots. Trick? No trick knew her name after she gave it. Poisoned air. She had smelled old palaces before, and none had spoken in a king's voice. She touched the painted latch again. Flat paint. Her fingers trembled. She closed them into a fist. At last she gathered her lamp and fled the gallery with as much dignity as haste allowed. Sleep did not come. Mara sat at the writing table in her room until dawn, sketchbook open before her. She drew Saerion from memory because she feared forgetting one detail would somehow harm him. Not the cold painted face, but the living one, astonished amber eyes, restraint at the edge of desperation, sorrow worn thin by time. Under the sketch she wrote 3 things. The door opened. He lives. Trust no image that makes cruelty look simple. When morning finally came, pale and wet, Mara went down to the courtyard before anyone else woke. She needed air. She needed proof that stone was stone and rain was rain, and the world had not shifted entirely because a painted king had spoken her name. The fountain stood where it had the day before, dry basins lifted like empty hands. But something green curled over its rim. Mara stopped. A vine grew from a crack in the stone bowl. It had not been there yesterday. She was certain. Its stem was slender and vivid, with 7 small leaves unfurling from it like newly opened fingers. 7 leaves. The same vine she had noticed carved into the painted doorway's lintel. Mara approached slowly. At the base of the fountain, rainwater had collected in a shallow depression. In its reflection, she could see the palace wall behind her, the grey dawn, and the faintest shimmer of gold where no sunlight yet reached. Behind her, someone inhaled sharply. Mara turned. Tessel stood beneath the colonnade with a mallet in one hand and his white eyebrows drawn low. His gaze was fixed on the vine. That, he said, was not there. No, did you touch the wall? Mara looked back at the new leaves. They trembled though there was no wind. Yes, she said. Tessel closed his eyes as if this was precisely the answer he had dreaded. Clever heads. I did not damage anything. No, he said. You woke something. Mara thought of Saerion's face when she spoke his name. She thought of the false flame, the hidden doorway, the light beneath the threshold. She thought of Brindlecairn wanting heritage without history, beauty without consequence, restoration without resurrection. Then she looked at the living vine. Perhaps a cautious woman would report everything at once. Perhaps a wiser woman would pack her tools, walk down the twisting road, and leave Aurelith to its patient ruin. Mara had spent her life preserving what others left behind. She could not leave a living man sealed inside a lie. Not yet. Master Briarhook, she said, her voice steadier than she felt, how difficult would it be to keep Councillor Brindlecairn out of the moonlit gallery for one morning? Tessel opened one eye. Difficult. And for 2. The old mason studied her for a long moment. Then, slowly, his weathered mouth bent toward something that was not quite a smile. For 2, he said, I may need to discover a ceiling crack of great political sensitivity. Mara looked once more at the vine, bright against ancient stone. Above the courtyard, the ruined palace caught the first thin light of morning. For a breath, its broken towers seemed less like remnants of what had been lost and more like the first lines of something waiting to be restored. Then please discover it, Mara said. And somewhere deep within the palace, behind plaster and pigment and centuries of silence, Mara thought she heard a door remembering how to open. Here is Act 2. Tessel discovered his ceiling crack before breakfast. He discovered it loudly, with a falling bucket, 3 creative remarks about Elven architecture, and one solemn declaration that any man who entered the moonlit gallery before he had inspected the western vault was inviting plaster to make a widow of his wife. Master Briarhook, Councillor Brindlecairn said, standing in the courtyard with his gloves clasped behind his back, you are not married. Then the plaster will have to find some other way to feel satisfied. Ivena choked on her tea. Mara kept her eyes on the tool roll spread across the work table and pretended to be concerned only with the condition of her sable brushes. Nalia, who had been told nothing, looked between everyone with growing alarm. Is the ceiling truly dangerous? The girl whispered. Every ceiling is dangerous if it decides to become a floor, Tessel replied. Brindlecairn drew in a slow breath through his nose. The morning was clear after the night's rain, and sunlight lay across the palace courtyard in pale bars. The new vine on the fountain had been covered with an overturned basket before the counselor arrived. Mara had done it quickly, with a gilt so sharp she had nearly pricked herself on one of its leaves. She did not like hiding truth. She disliked even more the idea of Saerion's prison being inspected by a man who had called the palace an asset. I was told Mistress Veyne intended to begin preliminary work in the moonlit gallery today, Brindlecairn said. Documentation, Mara corrected. No intervention. Documentation, then. Tessel lifted his mallet and pointed toward the gallery doors. Not under that vault. You assured me last week that the vault was sound. Last week the vault had the manners to keep its opinions to itself. Brindlecairn's gaze shifted to Mara. He was too controlled to look suspicious openly, but suspicion touched the edges of him. How long will this inspection require? Tessel looked up as if consulting the roof, the weather, and several dead masons. 2 days. 2 days. 3 if rushed. Ivena coughed again, harder this time. Brindlecairn's jaw tightened. Very well. Mistress Veyne, you may continue in the procession hall until the gallery is cleared. Mara bowed her head. Of course. The councillor departed with Lord Revanth of the Reed March, who had arrived sometime during the conversation and spent all of it smiling as though other people's inconvenience nourished him. Revanth was broader than Brindlecairn, dressed in a plum-coloured coat that strained at the buttons, his face ruddy and pleasant in the way of a tavern host who had counted the coins before pouring the ale. Yet his eyes had lingered on the palace walls with a calculating hunger Mara did not trust. When both men had gone down the outer steps toward their waiting horses, Tessel lifted the basket from the fountain. The vine beneath had grown another inch. Nalia made a small sound and dropped a rag. What is that? A plant, Ivena said faintly. I know it is a plant. A historically inconvenient plant. Mara knelt beside the fountain. The 7 leaves had spread wider, glossy and alive, their edges veined with gold. One curled toward her hand as if sensing warmth. She did not touch it. Ivena came closer, her eyes bright with fear and fascination. That was not in any record. It was in the mural, Mara said. Tessel set the basket aside. And now it is here. Nalia looked at Mara. Did you paint it? No. That was true. Not enough of the truth, but true. Ivena lowered her voice. Mara. What happened last night? Mara looked from Ivena's ink-stained hands to Nalia's anxious face, then to Tessel's steady, guarded expression. She had known them less than 2 days. Trust was not a plaster wall, one could not tap it and know where it would hold. Yet Saerion had waited 387 years for someone to hear him. I opened the painted door, Mara said. No one spoke. Wind moved through the courtyard, carrying the scent of wet stone and the sharp green smell of the impossible vine. Nalia sat down abruptly on the fountain edge. Oh. Ivena's books slid in her arms. You opened it. Yes. As in discovered a symbolic meaning. As in turned the latch and spoke with King Saerion Thornevale. Nalia's mouth fell open. Ivena stared at Mara for 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. Then she whispered, I knew he could not have been only a ballad. Tessel rubbed both hands over his face. I was hoping for a smaller answer. There may not be many small answers here, Mara said. No. That is generally the trouble when doors grow where walls ought to be. She told them what had happened, leaving nothing out except the way Saerion's voice had followed her into sleep and the ache in her chest when he asked if there was still a today. She repeated his warning, do not scrape what you do not understand, do not paint near the central flame, trust no image that makes cruelty look simple. Ivena listened as if taking notes in her mind. Nalia's expression shifted between terror and wonder. Tessel watched the palace while she spoke, as though the stones themselves might object to the telling. When Mara finished, Ivena turned toward the South Archive chamber. I need the copper-bound folio. Tessel caught the back of her coat before she could bolt. You need breakfast. I need the folio on funerary murals, treaty walls, and unlawful memorial practice. You need breakfast first. History does not wait for porridge. History has waited 4 centuries. It can wait while you chew. Mara stood. Ivena, Find what you can about story painting. Anything involving murals that record more than images. Nalia, prepare clean water, gum, soft brushes, chalk, and tracing paper. No solvents. No scraping. Tessel. I will invent more architectural misfortunes. I was going to ask if you could secure the gallery doors. That too. Nalia rose from the fountain edge, pale but determined. Mistress Veyne, are we helping a ghost? Mara thought of Saerion's amber eyes, too alive to belong to any ghost. No. We are helping a man who has been called one for too long. The moonlit gallery seemed different by daylight now that Mara knew the truth of the little door. Not less ruined. Not less dangerous. But awake in a way it had not been before. The painted city looked as if it held its breath. The fleeing figures seemed caught not in death, but in waiting. Even the damaged ceiling above them, which Tessel had denounced so convincingly, appeared to listen. Mara set a lamp on the floor though the windows gave enough light. The flame steadied, then leaned toward the center of the mural. Nalia noticed. Should lamps do that? They do many things they are not asked to do, Mara said, more calmly than she felt. Bring the small table. Ivena had vanished into the records. Tessel remained outside the doors, hammering occasionally at nothing important with great authority. Nalia arranged tools with careful hands, glancing often at the painted king. He looks angry, she said. He was painted to look angry. That is different. Yes. How can you tell? Mara studied the king's face. The overpaint was less subtle in morning light. The mouth had been narrowed. The brows darkened. Shadows had been added beneath the cheekbones to sharpen what might once have been sorrow into disdain. Whoever had changed him had understood accusation better than anatomy. Because the anger sits on top, Mara said. Not underneath. Nalia leaned closer, frowning. Like a bad patch on good cloth. Exactly. The girl smiled, pleased to have understood. Mara stood before the little painted door and placed her fingers near, but not on, the latch. Saerion. Nothing happened. Nalia held her breath. Mara tried again, softer. King Saerion. The latch remained paint. The shadow beneath the door was merely shadow. Mara stepped back, ignoring the small drop of disappointment in her stomach. She had no right to be disappointed. Last night might have been a single mercy, not a summons she could repeat at will. Then she remembered the vine. 7 leaves hidden beneath overpaint. She lifted her magnifying lens and examined the painted lintel. The top leaf remained obscured by a dull brown smear laid down by a later hand. Not soot. Not dirt. Paint. A careless stroke, almost invisible unless one knew to look. No scraping what you do not understand. But this she understood. Not all, perhaps, but enough. The brown overpaint did not belong to the original door. It was a denial, not damage. Nalia, she said, soft water only. No spirits. Nalia handed her the smallest dampened swab. Mara tested the edge of the brown smear with a touch so light it barely deserved the name. Pigment loosened. Not the original layer beneath, only the later stain. She worked slowly, breath measured, heart beating far too fast for such a small task. The hidden 7th leaf emerged. The latch lifted beneath its painted shadow. Nalia gasped. The door opened. This time, the doorway widened more gently, as though remembering Mara's shape. Gold-tinged darkness breathed out into the gallery. The scent came with it, crushed leaves, smoke, spring water, and something like stone after sun. Saerion stood beyond the threshold. He looked as if he had not moved since the night before, except that hope had made him younger and fear had made him older. His gaze found Mara first, then Nalia. At once, he stepped back. I did not know you brought another. Nalia made a strangled sound and dropped into an awkward curtsy so deep she nearly tipped forward. Your Majesty. Sir. King. I mean. Nalia Fen, Mara said gently. My apprentice. Saerion bowed with grave courtesy. Mistress Fen. Nalia looked as if she might faint from being addressed by an imprisoned immortal king. She will not speak of this beyond those I trust, Mara said. Saerion's eyes returned to her. You trust quickly. No. But I must begin somewhere. Something softened in his expression. A dangerous beginning. I am finding most beginnings are. A faint light moved behind him, revealing more of the space beyond the doorway. Mara had expected a room. Instead she saw a corridor with walls made of layered paint, their surfaces shifting between stone and brushstroke. Beyond that, a sky the color of old lapis arched over rooftops that faded at the edges into unfinished plaster. Some towers stood whole. Others dissolved into streaks of pigment. Figures could be seen in the distance, motionless in fragments of scenes, a woman mid-run, a child reaching for a fallen lantern, a soldier with one hand raised to shield his face. Nalia whispered, "It is inside the wall." "Not inside," Saerion said. "Between. The mural holds what the spell could not bear to finish." Mara looked at him. "Can you come through?" He stepped toward the threshold. The air between them shimmered like wet varnish. Saerion raised one hand. His fingers met nothing visible, yet stopped as firmly as if pressed against glass. "No. Does it hurt?" "When I forget and try too quickly." Mara did not like the answer, but she appreciated its honesty. "What changed the fountain vine?" she asked. His gaze flickered with surprise. "It grew." "Yes." "Then the door remembers its hinge." "I do not understand." "You cleaned the hidden leaf." Mara nodded. It was a small truth. Small truths can travel far when no larger truth blocks them. Nalia looked from Mara to Saerion. "Is the plant dangerous?" A glimmer of humor passed through Saerion's eyes. "Only to false stone, perhaps." Mara nearly smiled, then caught herself. The situation did not deserve smiling. Or perhaps it did, and that made it worse. Saerion looked toward the mural beyond her. "You must not work blindly. Verscript is not ordinary paint." "I gathered that. It binds memory into image. A true line can restore. A false one can imprison." "Veilric Sorn," Mara said. Saerion's entire face stilled. Ivena's voice came from behind Mara. "So he is important." Mara turned. Ivena stood just inside the gallery, hair in disarray, arms full of books and loose folios, spectacles slipping down her nose, though Mara had not known she wore spectacles. Her gaze fixed on Saerion with fierce scholarly triumph. "Ivena," Mara said, "perhaps announce yourself next time." "I did. In spirit." She looked at Saerion. "Your Majesty, Ivena Quill, archive keeper. I apologize for staring. You are historically devastating." Saerion blinked. Nalia whispered, "You cannot say that to a king." "I think under the circumstances, accuracy matters more than etiquette." Ivena stepped closer. Veilric Sorn appears in 3 records. Royal Historian, Keeper of Civic Memory, Master of Ceremonial Pigments. One human border account calls him the quill with teeth. "I thought it metaphorical." Saerion's mouth tightened. "Not entirely." Ivena's excitement dimmed into caution. "He did this. He shaped the story that holds me." "Why?" Saerion looked past them toward the painted fire. "Because I refused the story he preferred." Mara waited, but he said no more. She did not press him. "Not yet." Instead she set her sketchbook on the work table and opened it to her drawing of the door. "Tell us the rules." Saerion studied her. "You believe me?" "I believe the door opened. I believe the vine grew. I believe the mural has been altered to accuse you. Belief in the rest will have to be earned by evidence." "That is fair." "Good. Begin with evidence." For the first time, Saerion smiled. It was small, tired, and gone quickly, but Mara felt the force of it like sunlight touching a closed room. He explained Verscript as the morning stretched toward noon. Ivena wrote furiously. Nalia listened with round eyes. Mara asked questions every time his answer became too beautiful to be useful. "True pigment," he said, "must be made from the place or memory being restored." "Made how?" Mara asked. "Stone dust from the wall. Water that has touched the subject. Ash, leaf, mineral, bloom, if the scene calls for them. And if the pigment is wrong, the line may fail. Or attach to the wrong memory." Nalia clutched the rag basket closer. What happens then? Saerion looked at her gently. Confusion. Sometimes worse. A painted orchard might restore a road. A face might remember another person's grief. A door might open where no one wished one. Tessel, from outside the door, said, I dislike all of those. Saerion's gaze moved toward the entrance. Master Briarhook hears well. He hears everything that might collapse, Mara said. And much that already has, Tessel added. Saerion continued. A revision also requires witness memory. The stronger the change, the truer the witness must be. A painter may restore what is hidden, damaged, or falsely arranged. But she cannot invent without cost. Mara's fingers went still over her notes. Without cost. Invention without truth is overpainting. It may hold for an hour, a year, a century. Eventually it cracks. She looked at the false blue flame beneath the king's painted hand. Veilric overpainted you. With enough truth to anchor the lie. The room quieted. Mara had restored many damaged faces. She had seen saints given new eyes by careless heirs, dead wives made prettier by grieving husbands, battle scenes softened because descendants disliked the blood. But this was something far worse. Not merely a misremembered image. A prison built from selective truth. What is the smallest safe correction? She asked. Saerion turned slightly within the doorway and looked toward the painted city behind him. The orchard. Mara followed his gaze to the far left of the mural, where a smudged grove bent beneath smoke. The trees there were nearly lost, reduced to grey trunks and dull yellow blots. In the courtyard outside, beyond the fountain, the dead palace orchard stood on a slope of black branches. She had noticed it on arrival without giving it much thought. What does the orchard hold? She asked. The first public vow of Aurelith. His voice gentled. Every king and queen planted there before taking the crown. Not to claim the land, but to promise root and shelter. The trees were called sunboughs. Their leaves held light after dusk. Ivena wrote so fast her pen scratched. No record mentions this. Veilric disliked vows that bound kings to common soil. Mara studied the blurred orchard. And restoring it would do what? If done truthfully, perhaps wake the trees. Perhaps restore a memory. It should not harm your present world. The orchard grounds remain empty, do they not? They are ruined, but yes. Tessel stepped into the gallery. Grounds sour. Nothing grows there but thorn moss. That may change, Saerion said. Tessel frowned at him. Your Majesty, I have lived beside that dead orchard 68 years. If trees burst out of the ground singing, people will notice. Sunboughs do not sing. Not the reassurance you think it is. Despite herself, Mara smiled. Saerion saw it. His expression changed only slightly, but enough. The long sorrow in his face lifted for half a breath, as though her smile had opened some small window in him. Mara looked away first. We try one tree, she said. No more. Saerion inclined his head. One tree. The work took the rest of the day. Mara allowed no one to hurry her. She sent Nalia to collect clean water from the dry fountain's basin, where the new vine had left a faint golden dust on the stone. Tessel brought a pinch of soil from the dead orchard, muttering that if the palace wanted dirt indoors it could at least have asked politely. Ivena found, in a cracked botanical ledger, a pressed leaf so faded it was nearly transparent. Its shape matched the blurred leaves in the mural. Saerion watched from the open doorway, unable to cross, offering memory in careful pieces. Not yellow, he said when Mara mixed the pigment. Gold, yes, but not bright. Think of late afternoon seen through honey. Mara added a trace of ochre. Less red. She adjusted. A little green at the edge. The new leaves always looked surprised to be alive. Mara paused with the knife above the palette. Leaves can look surprised. Sunbow leaves could. Nalia leaned toward the palette. I think I see it. Tessel grunted. Of course you do. The pigment came together slowly, soil dark beneath, gold warmed by the vine dust, a breath of green ground from malachite scraped out of an old palace tile already broken beyond repair. Mara tested it on a loose plaster chip. The color dried softer than it appeared wet. Good. She washed her hands, dried them, and stood before the orchard scene. "Tell me the memory," she said. Saerion closed his eyes. The doorway's golden light deepened. The air in the gallery shifted. Mara smelled warm leaves, not the damp ruin around her but a living grove after sun. She heard voices, many voices, hushed in expectation. A bell rang once, low and clear. Saerion spoke. "My father had died 7 days before. The court expected me to speak of strength, of borders, of vengeance for raids along the eastern road. I was 23 and thought grief was something a king must fold away before anyone saw it." His voice altered as the memory took hold. Not louder, but nearer. "My sister Aurelith stood behind the third tree and made faces at me whenever the council elders looked down. She was 12. She had mud on her ceremonial shoes. I nearly laughed during the vow." Nalia smiled. Mara touched the brush to pigment. "The tree was young," Saerion continued. "Too thin for the occasion. I remember thinking it might not survive the winter. Merrow and Glassleaf had painted ribbons on the planting stones that morning, blue for rain, green for patience, gold for witness. She said no king should make a promise to bare earth." Mara's brush moved. "She did not paint a perfect tree. That would have been false. She painted a young one, slender and uncertain, its trunk bending slightly against a wind remembered from centuries ago. She restored the line of one branch beneath the soot, then the next. She left scars where the original plaster had cracked. She did not hide the damage. She let it become bark." Saerion drew in a breath. Mara felt the memory touch her. For an instant, she stood in sunlight. Not saw it. Stood in it. Warmth lay across her face. A crowd surrounded her, though she could not see them clearly. Her hands, no, Saerion's hands, were bare and unsteady around a sapling's root-wrapped base. Grief pressed behind her ribs, huge and private. A girl snickered behind a tree. Someone smelled of cedar oil. Someone else wept without sound. Then the gallery returned. Mara's hand had not slipped. The brush point rested exactly where it should. She exhaled slowly. Saerion was watching her with alarm. "Mara, I am here. Did the memory take you?" "Only for a moment. You must pull back when that happens." "I did. Not quickly enough." His voice held a sharpness born of fear, not command. Mara heard the difference. "I am all right," she said. He looked as though he wanted to argue, but the threshold held him in place. Verscript does not only use the hand. It uses the heart. Guard yours. Mara's chest tightened. "I thought the point was truth." "Truth is not the same as drowning." She met his gaze. The concern in it unsettled her more than the memory had. He knew so little of her, and yet for that moment he had been afraid for her as if her safety mattered beyond usefulness. It would be wise not to dwell on that. She returned to the tree. By late afternoon, the single sunbow stood restored within the ruined orchard scene. Its leaves did indeed look faintly surprised to be alive. Mara finished with one fine line along the youngest branch, then lowered her brush. Nothing happened. Nalia leaned forward. "Did it work?" "Do not poke magic to see if it breathes," Tessel said. Saerion's eyes remained on the painted tree. "It needs the naming stroke." Mara stiffened. "You did not mention that. I hoped this correction might be too small." "For what?" "For choice." Mara turned to him. "Explain." "The final line declares meaning. Without it, a restored image remains description. With it, the image becomes intention." "What intention?" "That depends on you." "No," Mara said at once. "I am not naming a memory I did not live. You are the painter. You are the witness. And I am bound inside the story. My naming may bend back into the prison." Mara looked at the tree. Such a small thing to carry so much danger. "What if I choose wrong?" "Then the line fails, if we are fortunate." "And if we are not?" His silence answered. Mara set down the brush and wiped her hand on a cloth. "I need to understand the vow." Saerion nodded. His voice softened. "The king plants not for ownership, but shelter. The tree outlives the hand that sets it in soil. That is the humility of it. Mara looked at the painted sapling, young and uncertain beneath a painted sky filled with smoke. A king in grief. A sister hiding laughter. A court expecting strength. A tree asked to become promise. She chose a clean brush and touched it to the last of the mixed pigment. Not conquest, she thought. Not display. Not even remembrance alone. She drew one thin line of gold at the root where the tree entered the earth. Shelter, she whispered. The mural breathed. Nalia cried out. Ivena's pen fell. Tessel cursed softly. A wind moved through the gallery though the windows were still. The painted tree shivered, its leaves catching light from no visible sun. Beyond the open doorway, Saerion bowed his head. The sound came next. Not singing, precisely, which spared Tessel some dignity. It was more like leaves turning in a wind far above them, though there were no leaves except paint. The sound moved through the walls and beneath the floor. Then, from outside, someone shouted. Tessel was first to the window. Orchard. Mara set down the brush with trembling care and followed. Beyond the courtyard, on the sloped ground where the dead orchard had stood black and thorned that morning, one tree blazed with leaves of living gold. Nalia began to laugh, then covered her mouth with both hands. Ivena whispered, the records will be unbearable. Mara looked at Saerion. He had not moved. He stood just beyond the painted threshold, one hand pressed against the unseen barrier, his expression transformed by grief and wonder. The golden light from the doorway caught in his eyes. It survived, he said. Mara thought he meant the tree. Then she understood he meant the vow. A fragment of his kingdom. A living proof that not everything had been consumed by the story that trapped him. She wanted, with a suddenness that startled her, to reach across the threshold and take his hand. The desire was simple. Human. Impossible. Instead she said, one tree. Saerion looked at her then, and his smile this time did not vanish. One tree. By evening, half of Greywold Vale knew. There was no hiding a golden-leaved tree on a barren slope, especially one that held sunlight after dusk. Tessel's politically sensitive ceiling crack grew more severe by the hour, but it could not prevent stable boys, kitchen women, masons, delivery men, and eventually half the village children from finding reasons to pass within sight of the palace orchard. Brindlecairn returned before sunset. He did not shout. Mara would have preferred shouting. Instead he stood at the edge of the orchard with Lord Revanth beside him, both men staring at the restored tree while villagers gathered at a cautious distance beyond the lower wall. What, Brindlecairn said, is that? Tessel folded his arms. Tree. Lord Revanth chuckled. A very expensive-looking tree. Brindlecairn ignored him. Mistress Veyne? Mara had prepared several answers and trusted none of them. The restoration may have uncovered old rootstock, she said. The soil near ancient elven sites can behave unusually. Ivena, standing behind Brindlecairn, stared at Mara with scholarly horror at the weakness of the lie. Brindlecairn turned his polished gaze upon her. Old rootstock. Yes. Sprouted, matured, and leafed in a single afternoon. Elven rootstock. Tessel coughed into his fist. Lord Revantha's smile widened. Remarkable. Can it be harvested? No, Mara said sharply. The word came too fast. Brindlecairn noticed. His gaze moved from Mara to the tree, then toward the palace. I approved no intervention in the moonlit gallery. There was no structural harm done. That is not what I asked. No, Mara said. It is what I can answer. The councillor stepped closer. Mistress Veyne, I hired you because your reputation promised restraint. I will not have Greywold Vale thrown into panic because an artist decided mystery made better theatre than obedience. Mara felt heat rise in her face but kept her voice level. Nothing I have done was careless. Carelessness is not the only road to disaster. For one moment, his concern seemed genuine. Mara saw fear beneath the anger, and it unsettled her. He was not merely a petty official whose authority had been bruised. He was a man watching the land beneath his governance change without permission. I understand, she said quietly. No, Brindlecairn replied. I do not think you do. He ordered the gallery sealed until further notice. Tessel objected. Ivena argued. Nalia looked ready to cry. Mara said nothing because every defense she could offer would lead too close to Saerion. Brindleken placed 2 council guards outside the moonlit gallery doors before leaving the palace. That night, Mara could not reach the painted doorway. She sat in her room with her sketchbook open, listening to the guards' low voices echo from the far corridor. Rain returned near midnight, soft at first, then steady. Her drawing of Saerion lay beneath her hand. She told herself it was sensible to wait. She told herself one night meant nothing to a man who had endured centuries. She told herself he would understand. None of it helped. Near dawn, someone tapped at her door. Mara opened it to find Nalia in the hall, barefoot, hair loose over her shoulders, eyes wide. "The guards are asleep," she whispered. "Mistress will put something in their cider. She says it was only Valerian and entirely legal if one does not ask why." Behind her, Ivena appeared carrying a ring of keys and looking far too pleased with herself. Archivists are often underestimated. Tessel emerged from the shadows with a lantern. "I objected." "You suggested the cider," Ivena said. "I objected to being credited." Mara looked at the 3 of them and felt something inside her loosen. She had spent much of her life working alone, hired for skill but not included in belonging. Yet here they stood, an archive keeper with illegal keys, an apprentice with bare feet, and an old mason prepared to lie to a counselor before breakfast. "Thank you," she said. Tessel shrugged. "Thank us after we are not arrested." The moonlit gallery greeted them with cold air and restless shadows. The door opened more quickly this time after Mara touched the restored 7th leaf. Saerion was there before she could speak. "Mara." Her name in his voice held such relief that the others went very quiet. "I am sorry," she said. Brindleken sealed the gallery. "I feared the correction harmed you." "No. The tree grew. I saw light change." Saerion looked past her to Ivena, Nalia, and Tessel. "And now you risk yourselves to return." Ivena lifted her chin. "History requires witnesses." Tessel said, "I came because locked doors annoy me." Nalia whispered, "I wanted to see if you were still there." Saerion's expression softened. "I am." The words were simple, but Mara heard the centuries inside them. They worked before sunrise on documentation only. Mara refused to make another change while Brindleken watched the palace so closely. Instead, Saerion guided Ivena through names and places in the mural. The market road. The glass court. The lantern bridge. The healing fountain. The balcony of vows. Each name turned Ivena's face brighter and more stricken. "So much lost," she murmured. "Not lost," Saerion said. "Misplaced, perhaps." Mara, meanwhile, examined the surrounding scenes for hidden alterations. The more she looked, the more she found. Faces changed. Gestures twisted. Symbols of mercy painted over with symbols of guilt. And always near the altered places, traces of another hand beneath, finer, truer, patient. "Merrow and Glassleaf," Saerion said when Mara described the hidden lines. "The court painter?" "Yes." She served before Veelric gained authority over the civic murals. She believed paint should remember what power wished to forget. "Did she help make the prison?" "No." His voice was quiet. "I think she tried to prevent it." The eastern windows paled. Time was running out. Mara looked toward the blurred balcony scene near the center left of the mural. A young elven woman stood there, or had stood there. Her figure had been smeared nearly beyond recognition. Only a flash of amber eye remained beneath the damage. "Who is she?" Mara asked. Saerion did not answer. She turned to him. His gaze was fixed on the blurred figure with a stillness that made the air feel fragile. "My sister," he said at last. "Ilariveth." Nalia drew in a breath. Ivena lowered her pen. Mara looked back at the damaged balcony. The figure's face had been deliberately obscured. Not by time. By someone who wanted her forgotten. "Is she dead?" Mara asked softly. Saerion's hand rested against the invisible barrier. "I do not know." The honesty hurt more than certainty would have. "She was on the balcony during the final council," he said. "I remember her there." I remember her shouting my name when the walls began to fold. After that, only fragments. Mara stepped closer to the painting. There is still original pigment beneath the smear. No, Saerion's voice sharpened. Not yet. She stopped immediately. He closed his eyes, pained by his own tone. Forgive me. There is nothing to forgive. I cannot, he broke off, struggling. If the correction fails, if she is only memory, I will lose her twice. Mara understood then that every line she restored might be a mercy or a blade. She set down her lens. Then we do not touch her until we know more. Saerion opened his eyes. This time, when he looked at Mara, it was not with the hope of a prisoner toward rescue. It was trust beginning, fearful and fragile. The guards awoke shortly after dawn with headaches and no memory of lying down. Veyne declared that old palaces often caused drowsiness. Tessel suggested the ceiling crack had spread to the air. Brindlecairn believed none of them, but could prove nothing. He doubled the guard. For the next several days, the palace became a place of quiet maneuvers. By day, Mara performed ordinary restoration in the outer halls under Brindlecairn's watchful restriction. She cleaned soot from festival ribbons, stabilized plaster, trained Nalia in patient work, and spoke politely to villagers who came to stare at the sunbow tree. By night, with Ivena's keys, Tessel's distractions, and Nalia's careful lookout, Mara returned to Saerion. Their conversations changed. At first, they spoke only of the mural. Then, slowly, other things entered. Mara told him of Meroford, where buildings crowded canals and every guild master believed rain existed to test roofers. She told him of the first chapel ceiling she restored, lying on her back for 6 weeks while a priest complained that the angels looked too stern. Did they? Saerion asked. They had been painted during a famine. I thought sternness suited them. Did you say so? I was 19 and wanted to be paid. So no. He smiled. A wise restoration. She learned that Saerion had once disliked formal dances but enjoyed watching them from balconies because Alariveth always invented commentary for every courtier. He had loved early morning council sessions because no one had yet gathered enough energy to lie elegantly. He had planted 3 sunbows in his life, one for his coronation, one after a flood, and one in secret for a child who had died before she could be named. Mara did not know what to say to that last confession. She simply sat on the gallery floor near the doorway, hands folded around her knees, and let silence hold the shape of sympathy. Saerion looked at her through the threshold. You do not rush to mend every sorrow with words. I mend walls. Words are more difficult. Yet you choose them carefully. Only because careless ones cause damage. He regarded her for a long moment. You must have been lonely among people who praised you only for restraint. Mara's breath caught. No one had ever put it that way before. She looked down at her hands. There was pale dust beneath her nails and a smear of green-gold pigment at her wrist that would not wash out. Restraint is useful. Yes. It keeps the work honest. Yes. It keeps one employed. Also useful. His voice was so gentle that she dared to look up. Saerion stood close to the barrier, his face softened by lamplight. But it is not the same as being known. Something in Mara wanted to step back. Something else wanted to step nearer. She did neither. You speak as if you know me, she said. No. I speak as one who knows something of being mistaken for what a wall says. The words settled between them. Beyond the gallery windows, the restored sunbow tree glowed faintly through the dark, its leaves holding the last light of evening. Mara changed the subject because she needed to. Tomorrow we should examine the lower border near the balcony. Saerion accepted the retreat without pressing her. Tomorrow, then. That restraint did more to unsettle her than any pursuit could have. The next revision happened by accident. At least, Mara told herself it was an accident for the first hour. She had been cleaning a lower section of the procession hall by daylight, far from the moonlit gallery and under entirely ordinary conditions. Nalia worked beside her, grinding a muted blue pigment for inpainting small losses along a ribbon. Veyne sat nearby reading aloud from a newly discovered inventory of palace gardens. 3 basins of starmint, 2 cedar presses, 1 fountain of public healing, marble veined with green, dedicated in the reign of O. Mara looked over. What? The name is scratched out. Nalia leaned in. Can you read beneath it? Not yet. Ivena tilted the page. Wait. It may be Saerion. At the sound of his name, the blue pigment in Nalia's mortar brightened. All three women froze. The wet pigment glimmered like deep water under moonlight. Mistress Veyne? Nalia whispered. Mara rose slowly. The procession mural before them had changed. Not much. A small painted bowl carried by one of the figures now held blue water where before it had been empty. The figure's scraped face remained lost, but one hand had clarified around the bowl, fingers careful, offering. From somewhere beyond the wall came the sound of falling water. Tessel appeared in the doorway almost at once. Tell me no one touched anything. No one touched anything, Ivena said. Now truthfully. Mara was already moving. They followed the sound through the palace to the inner courtyard, a smaller square choked with weeds and fallen stone. At its center stood a cracked basin filled with old leaves. Water ran from it. Clear water poured from the broken mouth of a carved bird, spilling into the basin and over the sides, washing centuries of dirt from green-veined marble. The air smelled suddenly clean, like rain before it falls. Nalia stared. We did not paint that. No, Mara said. But we remembered near it. Ivena pressed both hands over her mouth. Her eyes were wet. Tessel dipped one finger into the basin, sniffed it, then tasted it before Mara could stop him. Well? Ivena demanded. Wet. Tessel. He considered. Clean. By afternoon, the fountain had drawn more attention than the tree. A child with a burn on his hand touched the water and stopped crying. The burn did not vanish, but the redness faded. An old shepherd claimed his aching knee felt lighter after washing it. Rumors moved faster than sense. Brindlecairn arrived furious. This ends, he said to Mara in the inner courtyard while villagers gathered beyond the archways. Today. Mara stood between him and the fountain, though she had not intended to place herself there. The water has harmed no one. That is not the measure of danger. What would you have me do? Stop cleaning every wall in case the palace remembers itself? Yes, if necessary. The words rang too loudly. Nearby villagers murmured. Lord Revanth watched from the archway, expression no longer merely amused. He looked interested now, which Mara liked far less. Brindlecairn lowered his voice. You do not understand what you are stirring. Land, bloodlines, treaties, graves, this valley rests on old forgetting. Pull too hard and people will suffer. Perhaps people are already suffering because of the forgetting. His eyes flashed. You are an outsider. Yes. Then do not mistake discovery for wisdom. Mara had no answer ready because part of her feared he was right. That night she told Saerion everything. He listened without interruption, his face grave. When she finished, he turned away from the threshold and looked toward the painted city inside the between gallery. Its towers shimmered dimly, incomplete and distant. Brindlecairn is not wrong to fear disruption, he said. Mara folded her arms. I expected you to defend the restoration. I do. But truth does not become harmless because it is truth. She stared at him. You would leave your kingdom trapped? No. Then what are you saying? That if Aurelith returns by crushing the lives built in its absence, Veelric's lie wins by another road. The anger went out of her, leaving unease behind. You care what happens to the human villages. I refused once to save my people by sacrificing yours. Mara went still. Saerion seemed to realize what he had revealed. His expression closed, not coldly, but like a door pulled shut against storm. Saerion, she said softly. Not tonight. She wanted to ask. She wanted to know what choice had placed that much grief in him. But trust, she was learning, sometimes meant not stepping where a wound had just been shown. Not tonight, she agreed. The silence between them was not empty. After a while, Saerion spoke again. Show me your hands. The request startled her. Why? You used the fountain memory by accident. I want to see if the pigment marked you. Mara held up her hands. The invisible barrier shimmered between them. She expected him to inspect from a distance, but he raised his own hand on the other side, palm facing hers. Their hands aligned without touching. His was larger, long-fingered, elegant, faintly luminous in the doorway's gold. Hers was steady but work-worn, nicked by tools, stained with green gold at the wrist and blue beneath the thumb. The space between their palms could not have been more than 1 inch. Mara forgot, briefly, what question she meant to ask. Saerion did not move closer. Neither did she. There, he said quietly, eyes on the blue mark. Memory bleed. Is it dangerous? It can be. To me. To any heart that forgets which grief is its own. She swallowed. Do you? Forget? Yes. His gaze lifted to hers. For a moment today, when the fountain woke, I remembered kneeling there after a border child was brought in with fever. Human. Very small. The court healers argued over whether she should have been carried through the north gate. Aurelith shouted at them until they moved. The child lived. Mara's throat tightened. The memory was mine, he said. But when the water returned, I felt your astonishment over it. Your fear. Your hope. His voice lowered. It has been a long time since I felt hope that was not first wounded by my own remembering. Mara's hand trembled. Not much. Enough that his eyes softened. She lowered it before she could wish too hard for the barrier to vanish. We will be careful, she said. Yes, he replied. We must. But careful no longer meant distant. The days that followed brought wonder and consequence in equal measure. The sunbow tree continued to glow after dusk, drawing villagers who stood at the orchard wall in silence. The healing fountain ran clear, and though its powers were mild, they were real enough to trouble every physician, priest, and gossip within half a day's ride. Veyne found records that rearranged themselves when she was not looking. Nalia began dreaming of painted lanterns. Tessel discovered that one collapsed corridor now led to a small intact chamber containing chairs that had not existed the day before. Brindlecairn responded by sending reports to the provincial seat and forbidding all unauthorized palace access. Lord Revanth sent men to measure the old orchard boundary. Human farmers began arguing over whether restored elven roads had always crossed their fields. One woman from the village arrived weeping because she had woken with memories of a grandmother named Severa, though all family records called the woman Sella. The memory feels true, she told Veyne, clutching an old silver comb. But if it is true, why did we forget her? Veyne had no answer. She only wrote the name down carefully. Mara watched all of it with growing heaviness. Each restored fragment was beautiful. Each beauty disturbed something. Inside the moonlit gallery, the mural brightened by degrees. Not everywhere. Only where truth had begun to loosen the false story. The orchard scene held a single living tree. The procession hall now echoed faintly with water. Near the balcony, the blurred figure of Aurelith seemed less faded, though Mara had not touched it. Saerion noticed too. She hears, he said one evening. Mara turned from her notes. Your sister? He nodded. Or I hope she does. Hope is sometimes a cruel translator. Mara stood beside him at the threshold. The doorway had widened over time, enough that she no longer had to stoop to see him clearly. He remained unable to cross, but the barrier seemed thinner. When he moved, the gold-lit air stirred the edge of Mara's sleeve. What was she like? Mara asked. The question no longer felt like trespass. Perhaps he heard that, because he answered. Loud when silence was expected. Silent when fools demanded agreement. She could remember every servant's birthday and forget every state dinner. She believed treaties should be written in kitchens because people lie less when bread is rising. Mara smiled. Was she right? Usually. His gaze rested on the blurred balcony. She liked humans before it was fashionable at court. Was it ever fashionable? With Aurelith, many unfashionable things became difficult to oppose. Mara looked at him sidelong. You miss being overruled by her. Constantly. The tenderness in his voice made Mara ache. Without thinking, she reached toward the threshold, not to touch him, but to touch the edge of the doorframe. Saerion's hand was already there on the other side. Their fingers did not meet. The barrier warmed between them. Mara looked down. Saerion did too. For a moment, neither moved away. Then footsteps sounded outside the gallery. Mara dropped her hand. Saerion stepped back. The doorway narrowed to a painted seam just as the outer doors opened. Brindlecairn entered. Mara turned sharply, placing herself between him and the mural's central door. Counselor. His gaze swept the room, pausing on her face, her hand, the wall behind her. He was not alone. 2 guards waited at the entrance, and Lord Revanth stood behind them with an expression of pleasant concern. I might ask why you are in a sealed gallery after dusk, Brindlecairn said. I might ask why you keep sealing the room I was hired to restore. You were hired to restore paintings, not awaken fountains, trees, and ancestral confusion. I did not do those things alone. The moment she said it, she regretted it. Brindlecairn went very still. No. Mara held his gaze. Old places have their own part in restoration. He stepped closer to the mural. Mara resisted the urge to block him more obviously. His eyes moved over the painted king, the flame, the city, the shadowed door. My grandfather used to say this palace would ruin any Brindlecairn foolish enough to listen to it. Perhaps he heard something worth fearing. Or worth burying. Brindlecairn looked at her. The distinction matters. Yes, Mara said. It does. For one bare instant, she thought he might understand. Then Lord Revanth spoke from the doorway. There are men in the village saying elven boundaries supersede human grant lines. Others are already bringing sick children to the fountain. If this continues, Odrin, you will have pilgrims, claimants, and opportunists swarming the valley before harvest. Brindlecairn's face hardened. Mara looked at Revanth. And which of those are you? His smile did not falter. A concerned landholder. Concerned about healing water? Concerned about instability. Healing water rarely respects deeds and titles. Brindlecairn raised one hand before Mara could reply. Enough. Mistress Veyne, you will surrender your tools for inventory. No further work will be conducted without council oversight. Nalia, who had been silent near the table, made a distressed sound. Mara's heart beat once, hard. No. The word surprised even her. Brindlecairn's brows lifted. No. You may observe. You may require documentation. You may assign guards if you insist. But you will not take my tools. You mistake your position. No, counselor. You mistake the nature of the work. The gallery seemed to still around them. Mara felt the mural at her back, the hidden doorway, the blurred princess, the trapped king just beyond paint and shadow. She felt, too, the village beyond the palace, the farmers, children, families, records, homes. Brindlecairn's fear. Saerion's guilt. Her own hand, stained by memories she had not lived. I do not know yet how to restore this without harm, she said. But I know harm will come if frightened men begin tearing tools from hands and truth from walls. Brindlecairn's expression changed. Not softened. Changed. As though she had struck an old bruise. You have until tomorrow evening, he said quietly. After that, the council will decide whether the mural is to be sealed under limewash until proper authorities arrive. Ivena gasped behind him. Mara could barely breathe. Limewash would destroy original pigment. It would preserve the valley. It would bury a kingdom. It is already buried. He turned and left before she could answer. Lord Revanth lingered long enough to glance at the painted king. A dead king is easiest to admire when he stays dead, he said pleasantly, then followed. The guards closed the gallery doors. Mara stood very still. Nalia began to cry silently, wiping her face with the heel of her hand. Ivena looked furious enough to ignite paper. Tessel's face had gone grim. Behind Mara, the painted doorway opened. Saerion stood within it, pale with controlled emotion. He had heard everything. I am sorry, Mara said. He shook his head. Do not apologize for the fear of men who think burial is peace. But he may do it. He may destroy the wall. Then we have little time. Mara turned to the mural, scanning the scenes they had studied, the damaged orchard, the water-bearer, the balcony, the king, the flame. We cannot rush. No. We cannot stop. No. Her gaze settled on Alariveth's blurred figure. Then we choose carefully. Saerion followed her line of sight. Pain crossed his face, but beneath it was resolve. You think she is the next true edge? Yes. The orchard restored the vow. The fountain restored mercy between peoples. Your sister may connect both. She may also be too close to the keystone lie. I know. He looked at Mara then, and the silence between them filled with everything he feared, losing Alariveth, endangering Mara, waking more of the kingdom only to see it destroyed by human hands. Mara spoke before fear could master either of them. I will not touch her face tonight. Only the border around the balcony. Only what Merowan left visible. We will find whether she is held or gone. Saerion's jaw tightened. And if she is gone, then we honor that truth. His eyes closed. Mara wished again for the barrier to vanish, not for romance's sweetness, but for the simple mercy of offering a human hand to someone in pain. When he opened his eyes, he nodded. Then let us ask the wall carefully. They worked by lamplight with the palace holding its breath. Ivena located references to the balcony scene in 2 damaged records, the balcony of vows, where royal family members witnessed public petitions. Nalia prepared only water and soft cloth. Tessel kept watch at the doors, every line of him alert. Mara examined the border around Alariveth's blurred figure. Beneath the smear, faint silver curls emerged. A line of sleeve. The edge of a hand gripping the balcony rail. Not a corpse. Not a memorial posture. A figure in motion. She was alive when painted, Mara said. Saerion's breath shuddered. Mara did not look back. If she did, she might lose the steadiness of her hand. She cleaned 1 inch of the border. Then another. Each movement removed only dirt and later overpainted. Nothing original. Nothing uncertain. A pattern appeared along the balcony rail, small leaves and open doors, alternating. Ivena leaned close. That symbol appears in treaty margins. What does it mean? Nalia whispered. Saerion answered, voice low. Welcome without surrender. Mara's hand paused. There it was. Another joined edge. Not elven triumph. Not human fear. Welcome without surrender. The cleaned border caught the lamplight. For one moment, the blurred figure of Alariveth flickered. Her amber eye sharpened. Her mouth opened as if in warning. A sound came from the wall. Not leaves this time. Not water. A woman's voice, distant and breaking through layers of paint. Saerion, do not let him choose the ending. The gallery went cold. Saerion staggered back from the threshold as if struck. Alariveth, he whispered. The blurred figure faded again, but not completely. Her outline remained clearer than before, one hand gripping the balcony rail, body turned toward the painted king. Nalia sobbed once, then covered her mouth. Ivena's pen shook over the page. Mara lowered the cloth. Her own hand trembled now. Not from magic. From knowing what they had found. Saerion's sister was alive. Or near enough to call. Mara turned toward him. She warned you. His face had gone remote with shock, but his eyes burned. Veelric. Yes. He chose the ending. The flame beneath the painted king's hand seemed to darken. Mara looked at the central scene with new understanding. The orchard, the fountain, Alariveth's balcony, each restored truth pointed toward the same hidden wound. Saerion had not stood alone in the final hour. Someone had painted him that way. Isolated him. Accused him. Sealed him. Saerion lifted his hand to the barrier. This time Mara did not hesitate. She placed her hand opposite his. Warmth gathered between their palms, thin and trembling. I will help you find the true ending, she said. His gaze held hers. Even if it changes your world. Mara thought of Brindleken's fear, the village's confusion, the glowing tree, the healing water, the woman who remembered her grandmother's elven name. She thought of her own life of careful restraint, of praise for not inventing, of all the doors she had drawn in secret and never opened. Yes, she said. But not by destroying it. The warmth between their hands brightened. Saerion's voice was barely more than breath. Then we will need both your courage and my memory. And your honesty. His expression tightened, but he nodded. And that most of all. Behind them, the mural shifted with a faint sound like a page turning. The restored balcony border gleamed. Ilaraveth's blurred hand remained visible on the rail. The painted orchard held one living tree. The water-bearer's bowl shone blue. And at the center, beneath layers of soot and accusation, the false flame waited. Acting too soon would be a disaster. Waiting too long might let Brindleken bury everything. Mara withdrew her hand from the barrier, though she felt the loss of its warmth at once. Tomorrow, she said, we will find out what Veilric painted over. Saerion looked toward the darkening flame, his face no longer only sorrowful, no longer only trapped. For the first time, Mara saw the king he must once have been, not cold, not flawless, but steady enough to stand between two peoples and refuse an easy cruelty. Yes, he said. Tomorrow. Outside the gallery, dawn began to grey the windows. In the orchard, the single sunbow tree released its stored light into the morning. In the village below, people woke to altered memories, new fears, and old songs rising unbidden to their lips. And in the moonlit gallery, beneath Mara's careful cleaning, the lost princess's hand remained visible, gripping the painted rail as if she had been holding on for centuries, waiting for someone to uncover the warning she had never stopped trying to give. Here is Act 3. By mid-morning, the palace no longer pretended to be sleeping. It had begun in small ways, the sort of changes one could miss if one preferred a sensible world. A cracked tile in the procession hall showed a thread of green where yesterday there had been only dust. A carved bird above the inner courtyard dripped clear water from its beak though no rain had fallen. The air in the moonlit gallery smelled faintly of warm leaves even when the windows stood open to cold wind. Once, as Mara crossed the south passage with a tray of pigments, she heard laughter behind a sealed door and opened it to find only an empty room with sunlight on the floor. Then the larger changes came. A bridge appeared at dawn. It stretched over the northern ravine in a single pale arc, slim as a ribbon and strong enough to bear the weight of Tessel, who marched onto it with a hammer, struck its rail, and declared it insolent but sound. The bridge had not stood there the night before. Everyone in Greywold Vale knew it had not stood there. Yet by breakfast, 3 old men in the village argued that their grandfathers had crossed it every midsummer to cut cedar boughs from the high wood. By noon, a woman named Bronna Hale came to the palace gate carrying a silver comb and weeping so hard Ivena had to lead her to the courtyard bench. She was called Severa, Bronna said, clutching the comb in both hands. My great-grandmother. I woke knowing it. Not Sella. Severa. She had green eyes and sang while kneading bread, and she taught my grandmother to mend lace with silver thread. How can I remember a woman I never met? Ivena knelt before her, pen forgotten in her hand. Do you remember anything else? Bronna nodded helplessly. She said we must never sell the comb because it was given at the Treaty of Open Doors. But there was no Treaty of Open Doors, was there? Mistress Quill, tell me there was no treaty. My father would have told me. Ivena looked toward Mara, who stood in the shadow of the courtyard arch. Mara had no comfort to offer that was not half a lie. Perhaps, she said carefully, some truths survive even when records do not. Bronna pressed the comb to her heart and sobbed harder. After she left, Ivena sat for a long time on the fountain edge, staring at the place where the woman had stood. A treaty of open doors, she murmured. No document in the archive mentions such a thing. Could the documents have changed? Nalia asked. The question would have sounded absurd a week ago. Now no one laughed. Ivena looked down at the folio in her lap. Some of them have. Not entirely. Marginal notes mostly. Names where there were scratches. Dates that shift when I look away too long. She swallowed. I became an archive keeper because ink was supposed to stay where one put it. Tessel, who was repairing a loose paving stone nearby, snorted. Ink was always overpraised. Mara said nothing. Her gaze had gone to the moonlit gallery windows high above the courtyard. Changes were no longer confined to the palace. The story was leaking into the valley, not as flood, but as rain through old thatch. Drop by drop, it found every weakness. And that meant Brindleken would come soon. He came before sunset with 6 council guards, Lord Revanth, and a face so controlled it might have been carved. This, he said, standing at the end of the new bridge while half the village watched from a distance, cannot continue. The bridge shone in the low light. Elven letters ran along its rail, faint but visible. Children had already begun placing their hands in the carved leaf-shaped hollows, giggling when the stone warmed beneath their fingers. Their parents pulled them back every few moments, then touched the hollows themselves when they thought no one watched. Mara stood with Ivena and Tessel near the palace side of the ravine. Nalia remained behind them, clutching a basket of cloths as though prepared to defend the bridge with laundry. No one was harmed, Mara said. Not yet. It restored a crossing. It restored uncertainty, Brindlecairn replied. 3 farms border this ravine. If this bridge existed in the old treaty maps, ownership of half the northern slope may now be contested. Lord Revanth made a mournful sound. My family grazes sheep there. Your family taxes sheep there, Ivena said. Revanth smiled. A distinction appreciated only by sheep. Brindlecairn ignored the exchange. Mistress Veyne, I gave you until this evening. You have not stopped the disturbances. I did not paint the bridge. But your work woke the conditions that returned it. Mara could not deny that. The councillor stepped closer, lowering his voice enough that the villagers would not hear. Do you understand what happens if land grants begin shifting? If graves move? If family names alter? If old elven claims rise beneath human houses? Wonder is charming until it reaches a tax ledger. Then let us study the changes and respond wisely. Wisely? His composure thinned. You open painted doors after midnight, hide living trees beneath baskets, and allow an archive keeper to drug guards with bedtime cider. Ivena lifted one finger. Valerian is not. Ivena, Mara said. The archive keeper lowered her finger. Brindlecairn's eyes did not leave Mara's. The provincial seat has answered my message. A magistrate and a binding priest will arrive in 4 days. Until then, the moonlit gallery is forbidden to everyone. No. The word left Mara before prudence could stop it. Brindlecairn's mouth tightened. We have had this conversation. And I have learned more since then. The mural is not only a painting. It is holding living people. Several nearby villagers heard enough to murmur. Brindlecairn went still. Careful. No, Mara said, feeling the ground of the bridge beneath her feet, ancient and new at once. Careful cannot mean silent anymore. Lord Revantha's pleasant expression faded. Living people? Mara wished she had not spoken in front of him, but the truth had come too far to keep bowing its head. The lost elves of Aurelith may not be dead, she said. Not all of them. The mural preserved fragments. The restoration is reaching them. A ripple passed through the gathered villagers. Fear, awe, disbelief. Brindlecairn looked past her to the palace, and in that glance, Mara saw the depth of his dread. He did not fear only magic. He feared inheritance, boundary, blame. He feared waking one morning to find his family not stewards of the valley, but beneficiaries of a burial. If that is true, he said, then you are more dangerous than I thought. Only if truth is dangerous. It always is, he snapped. That is why decent people handle it with law. And frightened people hide it under limewash. Color rose along his cheekbones. For a moment, Mara thought he would order the guards to seize her tools then and there. Tessel shifted his grip on his hammer. Nalia stepped closer to Mara. Ivena's hand went to the folio bag at her hip as though historical records might be used as weapons. But Brindlecairn only stepped back. 4 days, he said. After that, this work passes out of your hands. He turned and walked away, Lord Revanth following with an expression that had sharpened into calculation. The villagers parted for them, whispering. Mara remained on the bridge until the councillor's party disappeared down the road. Then she looked at Ivena. Find everything on the Treaty of Open Doors. I will need the West Archive. Is it locked? Yes. Tessel. The old mason sighed. I suppose the West Archive door has also become structurally insulting. Nalia looked between them. And what should I do? Mara turned toward the palace. The moonlit gallery windows had begun to glow faintly, though the sun had not yet set. Grind pigment, Mara said. Only what we have used before. Orchard soil, fountain water, stone dust from the bridge if Tessel can spare a shaving, and the blue from the water-bearer's bowl. What are we painting? Mara looked toward the gallery, thinking of a blurred hand gripping a balcony rail. Edges, she said. Only edges. That night, the moonlit gallery opened to them before Mara touched the latch. The little painted door stood ajar, a thin wedge of gold in the central mural. It had never done that before. Tessel muttered something about manners. Ivena clutched 3 folios and 2 loose scrolls to her chest. Nalia carried a covered pallet with both hands, careful as a girl bringing medicine to a sickbed. Mara stepped through the gallery shadows, heart beating hard. Saerion. The doorway widened. He stood beyond it with one hand braced against the unseen barrier, as if he had been waiting there long enough for waiting itself to become pain. The light of the between gallery flickered around him. Behind him, the painted city seemed clearer than before. Rooflines held their shape. Lanterns glowed along a distant bridge. Yet the sky above remained streaked with smoke. You told them, he said. Mara stopped. Some of it. I felt the story answer. I am sorry if that endangered you. It may have done the opposite. His eyes moved over her face, searching. You look tired. So do you. A faint smile touched him. I have looked tired since before your great-grandmother's great-grandmother learned to walk. That does not make it good for you. The smile lingered a moment longer than usual. Then his gaze shifted to the blurred balcony scene. Aurelith spoke again. Mara's breath caught. When? Just after sunset. Only a word. What word? Mercy. No one moved. Ivena whispered, that connects to the fountain. And to the border treaties, Mara said. The bridge. The open doors. Saerion nodded. Veyne did not only trap me as a failed king. He buried every memory that proved Aurelith chose mercy toward humans. Mara crossed to the work table and uncovered the palette. The prepared pigments gleamed softly, green gold, deep blue, pale bridgestone, a warm brown made from orchard soil. Then we restore the border around Aurelith. Not her face. No. Not until we know the line. Saerion's relief was quiet but visible. Mara understood. He wanted his sister back with an ache that filled every controlled breath he took. But wanting did not make a line true. They had learned that much from Veyne's corruption. Ivena spread her folios on a low table, pinning the corners with smooth stones. I found 4 references to open-door treaties. 2 were overwritten as grain agreements, 1 misfiled under funeral customs, and 1 hidden in a ledger of bridge maintenance, which I consider personally offensive. Tessel peered at the ledger. Bridges matter. Not more than treaties. A treaty that needs a bridge needs a bridge. Nalia smiled despite her nerves. Ivena tapped the clearest folio. It seems Aurelith had formal welcome pacts with several human border communities. Not ownership. Not surrender. Shared passage, shared water, and sanctuary during plague, famine, or war. Mara looked toward the fountain scene. Healing water. The palace did not keep it only for elves, Ivena said. That may be why human families have elven heirlooms. Not theft. Not conquest. Kinship, trade, refuge. Saerion's eyes closed briefly. Aurelith wrote much of that language. You let her. He opened his eyes, and the grief there carried a glimmer of old amusement. One did not let Aurelith do many things. One discovered she had already done them and then decided whether to pretend it had been one's idea. Nalia laughed softly, then covered her mouth. Do not apologize, Saerion said to her. She would have liked that. The warmth of the moment faded when Mara approached the balcony scene. The smear over Aurelith's figure looked darker tonight, almost oily. The restored border from the night before glimmered with tiny leaves and open doors. Welcome without surrender. The phrase had followed Mara through the day, reshaping every thought. She lifted her magnifying lens. Beneath the smear, more original paint waited, silver curls, copper-brown skin, the amber eye, a sleeve embroidered with blue treaty knots. Not dead. Not still. Ilariveth had been painted mid-turn, body angled toward Saerion in the central scene as if trying to stop something. Mara began with the balcony rail. Slow work. Water only. Cotton around a bone pick. No scraping. No haste. As she cleaned, a pattern emerged. Small carved panels along the rail showed alternating images, an elven hand opening a door, a human hand offering bread, a tree with 2 roots, a fountain overflowing into 2 cups. The symbolism was unmistakable now. Shared sanctuary, Veyne said, voice hushed. Saerion remained silent, but Mara felt his attention as if it touched her shoulder. The memory came without warning. She stood in a high hall beneath storm-dark windows. No, not she. Saerion. His hands rested on a council table carved with leaves. Voices rose around him. Border fires, someone said. Human raiders, said another. Retaliation before weakness spreads. A younger woman's voice cut through them. Children do not raid granaries. They starve beside them. Mara's brush froze against the mural. The gallery blurred. Saerion's memory tightened around her, not pulling her fully under, but close enough that her breath changed. Ilariveth stood across the council table in a blue gown, silver curls escaping their pins, eyes bright with anger. She was younger than Mara expected and more vivid than any painted ghost had a right to be. The eastern villages burned because Vylric closed the river gates, Ilariveth said. If we had sent water instead of warnings. Princess, a pale-haired elf interrupted, mercy cannot become policy whenever humans suffer consequences of their own disorder. Vylric. Mara knew him before the memory named him. His face was calm, beautiful, and cold with certainty. The memory flickered. Saerion's grief pressed against Mara's ribs. She pulled back hard. The moonlit gallery returned. Her hand shook once, then steadied. Saerion was watching her, alarmed. Mara. I saw Vylric. His expression closed like a wound touched too soon. He closed river gates, she said. Veyne seized her pen. During which year? I do not know. Saerion answered quietly. The final year. Mara turned from the mural. Why? Because he believed scarcity would force the human villages to submit to Aurelith's protection. Veyne's pen stopped. That would have made them dependent. Yes. And you opposed him? Saerion looked toward Ilariveth's blurred figure. We both did. The words held more than history. They held guilt, shame, and something still hidden. Mara did not ask yet. She turned back to the wall. Then the balcony scene is not separate. It is part of the final council. Yes, Saerion said. She cleaned another inch. The smear loosened reluctantly. Beneath it, Ilariveth's hand clarified around the rail. Her knuckles were pale with force. The tiny line of her mouth appeared, open in warning. A sound like distant thunder moved through the mural. Nalia stepped back. Is that bad? No, Mara said, though she was not sure. It is answering. The painted door behind Saerion widened. For the first time, Mara could see farther into the between gallery, a vast hall beyond him, its floor polished like dark water, its columns half real and half brushstroke. Figures lined the walls, blurred and suspended. Elven courtiers, servants, guards, children. Some were only color. Others had begun to sharpen. An entire kingdom paused mid-breath. Mara's chest tightened. She had known it in theory. Seeing it was different. Saerion followed her gaze and looked away, as if ashamed to be seen among so many trapped people. The spell caught what it could. Or what Vylric chose, Veyne said darkly. No, Saerion's voice was rough. Do not give him that much credit. Some survived because others fought the binding. Merowan? Mara asked. And Ilariveth? Perhaps more. Mara cleaned the last safe section of border. The balcony rail now shone with symbols of treaty and welcome. Ilariveth's outline was clearer, though her face remained partly veiled beneath overpaint. No naming stroke had been given. Mara waited. The wall trembled once. Then Ilariveth's voice came again, faint but nearer. Brother. Saerion went utterly still. The blurred figure did not move, but light gathered around her restored hand. Ilariveth, he said, voice breaking on the name. Do not let him choose the ending, she whispered. Not again. What ending? Mara asked, stepping closer. Princess Ilariveth, what did Veelric paint? The answer came in fragments. Blue fire. A crown. Human roads burning. Saerion refusing. Veelric smiling. The central flame in the mural flared dark blue. Saerion staggered, pressing one hand to his chest as if the memory had struck him physically. Mara turned to him. What did you refuse? The gallery seemed to wait. Saerion's jaw tightened. For a moment, Mara thought he would retreat into silence. Then he looked at the suspended city behind him, at the blurred figures of his people, and finally at Mara. Veelric believed Aurelith could be saved by redirecting the collapse. Redirecting it where? Ivena asked. Saerion did not look away from Mara. Into the human border villages. Nalia made a small sound of horror. The painted flame crackled. Mara felt cold move through her. He wanted to sacrifice them. Yes. And you refused. Yes. The word carried 4 centuries of punishment. Ivena whispered, then the common history is backwards. Saerion's mouth twisted. History often obeys the hand that survives to write it. But Veelric did not survive, Nalia said. No, Saerion replied. He became part of the writing. The gallery darkened. At the center of the mural, the false blue flame beneath the painted Saerion's hand seemed to deepen, revealing layers under layers, not one scene, but many compressed together. A council chamber. A map of the valley. Human roads marked in red. Elven towers marked in gold. A crown lying on the table. Veelric's pale hand holding a brush like a knife. Mara understood then why Saerion had warned her not to touch the central flame. It was not only an accusation. It was the knot. The keystone lie. She stepped toward it despite herself. Saerion's voice stopped her. Mara. She turned. His face had gone pale beneath its bronze warmth. Not tonight. I know. But she did not move away. For 3 days, they worked around the central lie without touching it. The palace resisted and revealed by turns. Some mornings, the gallery welcomed Mara with light beneath the door. Other times, the latch remained cold for hours, as though the mural itself had grown fearful of what they approached. Ivena found fragments of the Treaty of Open Doors, each one confirming that Aurelith's last years had been marked not by simple elven isolation, but by a fierce political struggle over how to treat the human settlements beyond the valley. Tessel mapped the new and old architecture, muttering when rooms returned where corridors had been. Nalia became so adept at preparing true pigment that Mara trusted her with mixtures she would once have guarded from any apprentice. The world outside grew louder. Families arrived with altered memories. Some were grateful. Some were angry. One man insisted his orchard had lost 3 rows overnight to an elven path that had reappeared beneath the grass. Another claimed the path had always been there and showed the scars on his grandfather's old cartwheels as proof. A midwife remembered elven healing songs she had never learned. 2 brothers quarreled because one now recalled an elven ancestor and the other did not. Brindleken placed more guards at the palace, but he did not enter the moonlit gallery again. Perhaps he feared what he would see. Perhaps he was waiting for the magistrate. Perhaps, Mara thought, he was trying to decide whether burying truth made him a protector or a coward. Lord Revanth was less troubled by moral uncertainty. He sent surveyors to the restored bridge and orchard. Tessel chased them away twice. The 3rd time, Nalia poured a bucket of rinse water from an upper window and claimed the palace had done it. I am not encouraging dishonesty, Mara told her afterward. No, Mistress Veyne. But if rinse water falls again, try not to waste the good brushes. Nalia beamed. Mara needed such moments more than she admitted. Each night with Saerion pulled her deeper into both danger and affection. They spoke less cautiously now, though never carelessly. He told her of Aurelith's lantern markets, where artisans traded not by coin after sunset but by stories of how each object had been made. She told him of climbing scaffolds in cathedrals while noble patrons shouted advice from below as though volume improved expertise. Did you ever drop anything? He asked. Once. What? A wet sponge. On whom? A duke. Saerion's smile came slowly, beautifully. Was it an accident? I have restored the record to say so. He laughed then. The sound startled them both. It was not loud. It did not echo grandly through the gallery. It was simply human in its suddenness, though he was not human, and alive in a place built to preserve grief. Mara looked down at her hands because the sound made her heart do something inconvenient. Saerion stopped laughing, but warmth remained in his face. Mara, he said quietly. She looked up. There was no barrier between them except the visible one, and somehow that made the moment more intimate rather than less. His hand rested on the golden threshold. Hers lay on the work table only a few inches away. I had forgotten, he said, that laughter could hurt. Hurt? When it returns to a place that has made room only for sorrow. She wanted to answer lightly. She could not. Then perhaps sorrow has occupied more than its share. His gaze held hers. The clean restraint between them had become its own kind of tension, not a lack of feeling, but feeling governed by honor. He never asked for more than she could freely give. She never allowed pity to disguise itself as love. Yet the longing had begun to show in small, unmistakable ways. In how quickly he looked for her when the door opened. In how she noticed whether his voice sounded weary. In the silence that followed when their hands aligned across the barrier, neither touching nor withdrawing. One evening, after a long study of the lower flame border, Mara found Saerion watching her rather than the mural. "What?" she asked, touching her cheek. "Have I soot on my face?" "Yes," he said. She reached for a cloth. "No," his voice gentled. "There." He lifted his hand to the barrier, indicating the left side of his own jaw. Mara wiped the wrong place first. His eyes warmed. She tried again. "Gone?" "Yes." "You could have simply said left." I feared insulting the precision of a restorer. That concern came late. He smiled, then sobered. "You are allowed to rest. So are you. I have had centuries of stillness. Stillness is not rest." Something in his expression changed. She had surprised him. Not with cleverness, perhaps, but with the simple fact that she considered his weariness real. He lowered his gaze. "No. It is not." Mara set down her cloth. "When this is over, what is the first thing you will do?" "Over. When you are free." The words trembled between them, bright and frightening. Saerion looked past her to the gallery windows. Dawn was still hours away, but the sky outside held a faint glow from the sunbow tree. "I used to answer that question every year." "You asked yourself?" "At first every day. Then every season. Then only when hope became unbearable." "What were the answers?" "Walk barefoot on wet grass. Drink water from an unpainted cup. Hear a voice from another room and know I could follow it." He paused. "See my sister in sunlight, if mercy allows." Mara's throat tightened. "And now?" she asked. His gaze returned to her. "Now I find I cannot shape the answer without placing you somewhere inside it." The gallery became very quiet. Mara's heart struck once, hard, then seemed to forget its rhythm. Saerion did not move, did not reach, did not press the confession beyond what honor allowed. He simply stood there with truth in his face, offering it no further than she could bear. She could have retreated. A week ago, she would have. Perhaps even yesterday. Instead, she said, softly, "I have been trying not to imagine a future I may only be restoring for someone else." His breath caught. "Mara." "I know." She looked down, then back at him. "You are a king. You have a people. I have no claim on what freedom asks of you." "No claim," he said, with sudden intensity, "is not the same as no place." Before she could answer, the mural groaned. The central flame flared blue-black, throwing shadows across the gallery. Ilaraveth's blurred figure brightened along the balcony edge. Her voice rang out, clearer than before. "Saerion, remember the map." The between gallery shifted behind him. A long table appeared where before there had been only painted mist. Upon it lay a map of the valley, rendered in pigment and light. Elven towers gleamed gold. Human villages burned red along the borders. A river wound between them like a silver ribbon. Over it all hovered Veilric's hand, holding a brush loaded with blue fire. Saerion turned toward the memory as if drawn by a hook. Mara stepped forward. Do not go alone into it. I may not have a choice. You said memory can drown. Yes. Then take a witness. His eyes met hers. It may pull you in. I know. No. Saerion. No, the word was kingly in a way she had rarely heard from him. Not cruel, not dismissive, but absolute. I will not risk your mind for my memory. Mara's temper sparked. You do not get to protect me by denying me the choice. His face changed. The words had struck something deep. Behind him, Veilric's painted hand lowered toward the map. Ilariveth cried out, "Brother!" The doorway flared. Mara did the only thing she could think to do. She reached through the threshold. For the first time, her hand passed the barrier. Only her hand, only for a heartbeat, but it was enough. Saerion caught it on instinct. His fingers closed around hers. Warmth, shock, grief, paint, sunlight, terror. The gallery vanished. Mara stood in the final council chamber of Aurelith. Not as Saerion this time. Not entirely. She stood beside him, herself and not herself, present in a memory that had made room for her because their hands were joined. The chamber was vast, with a ceiling painted in living constellations. Rain lashed the high windows. Blue light flickered from basins set around the room. Elven councillors argued in a ring around the map table. Some wore armor. Some robes. All looked afraid beneath their dignity. Saerion stood at the head of the table wearing the same ceremonial garments as in the mural, though here they were bright and whole. His face was younger, not by years perhaps, but by the absence of centuries. Ilariveth stood at his right, hair half loose, one sleeve torn. Veilric stood opposite them, calm as winter glass. The binding is ready, Veilric said. The palace can still be preserved. At what cost? Saerion demanded. Veilric touched the map. Blue fire moved along the river, curling toward 3 red-marked villages. The collapse requires a vessel. The human settlements lie outside our heart boundaries. Their loss will anchor ours. Ilariveth slammed one hand on the table. Those villages came under open-door protection. They came under protection so long as protection did not become suicide. They are families, she said. Children. Elders. People who trusted our gates. They are not Aurelith. Saerion's voice cut through the chamber. Enough. The room silenced. Mara felt his hand around hers in the memory, though no one else seemed to see her. His grip was steady and cold. Veilric looked at his king. Majesty, mercy is a virtue in times with choices. We are past virtue. We must preserve what can be preserved. You mean preserve stone, Saerion said. I mean preserve civilization. At the price of our word. At the price of villages that would die soon regardless if the eastern armies crossed the ridge. Ilariveth's face blazed. You do not know that. I know humans break faster than elves. And I know cruelty stains longer than blood, Saerion said. Veilric's eyes narrowed. For the first time, his calm cracked enough to reveal fury beneath. Your father would have chosen Aurelith. My father planted shelter into the earth, Saerion replied. Not a blade. The dead are easily made gentle. And the living are easily made monsters when fear offers permission. Mara's throat tightened. This was the moment, she knew. The hinge upon which everything had turned. Veilric lifted the brush. Its bristles burned with blue flame. Then you condemn your people. No, Saerion said. I refuse to save them by becoming false to the vows that made us a people. Ilariveth reached toward him. Saerion. Veilric struck the map with the brush. Blue fire burst upward. The memory shattered into fragments, guards shouting, windows breaking, Ilariveth thrown against the balcony rail, Merowan glass leaf at the far wall painting frantically over a hidden panel, Veilric chanting words that turned lines into chains. Saerion reached for his sister, but the floor folded beneath him into wet pigment. Human roads burned on the map, then vanished. Elven towers bent inward. The mural began to form around them. Veilric's voice rang through the collapsing chamber. If you will not choose the ending, Majesty, history will choose what you were. Mara felt Saerion dragged backward. She held his hand with both of hers. The memory fought her. Grief poured through him, too vast, too old. Not only fear for himself. Fear for Ilariveth. For his people. For the human villages he had chosen not to destroy. Fear that refusal had still not been enough. Mara planted her feet in the impossible memory and spoke the way she did to a damaged wall, firm and low. Saerion. This is memory. Not sentence. He turned toward her. In the collapsing light, he looked both king and prisoner, both the man who refused cruelty and the man who had spent centuries punished for mercy. I failed them, he said. You refused him. Aurelith fell. Because Veelric chose control. My people suffered. Because Veelric turned your mercy into accusation. His hand tightened around hers. And if I had chosen differently, then you would not be the man whose future I am fighting to paint. The memory stilled. Not ended. Stilled. For one breath, the council chamber held its broken pieces in the air. Fire, rain, paint, fear, Ilariveth's outstretched hand, Veelric's furious eyes. Then Merowan Glassleaf looked across the room directly at Mara. The court painter should not have seen her. Yet she did. Merowan stood near the wall, umber skin streaked with ash, moon-white hair coming loose from its pins, her hands covered in shining pigment. She pressed a small brush mark beneath a panel of the mural, hiding it under Veelric's spreading spell. Future hand, she whispered. Find the joined edges. Do not restore the old ending. Give them a true one. Then the memory broke. Mara came back to the gallery on her knees. Saerion was still holding her hand through the threshold. For a moment neither of them moved. His fingers were warm, real, and trembling around hers. The barrier had thinned to a shimmer over their joined hands. Not gone. Not fully. But changed. Nalia was crying openly. Ivena stood white-faced with her pen fallen at her feet. Tessel had one hand braced on the wall, eyes fixed on Mara and Saerion as if daring the palace to take either of them. Mara, Saerion whispered. She looked up. He was nearer than he had ever been. The threshold light touched his face, and beneath the fear in his eyes was something she could no longer mistake for gratitude alone. She should have let go. She did not. You refused to sacrifice the villages, she said, voice shaking. That is the truth. His face twisted. They still suffered. But not by your hand. The kingdom still fell. But not because mercy was wrong. A breath left him, ragged and quiet. For 4 centuries, the mural had called him traitor, coward, failed king. Mara had seen the moment beneath the accusation. She had stood inside it. Whatever else remained hidden, this much was true. Saerion had chosen not to save his people by murdering hers. No wonder Veelric had painted him alone. No wonder the false flame mattered. If Saerion's mercy was remembered, the whole prison story cracked. Ivena found her voice first. I saw some of it. Mara turned. You did. Not as you did. Reflections on the wall. The map. The villages. Veelric's brush. Her eyes shone with fury. He rewrote treason into mercy and mercy into treason. Tessel's voice was low. That kind of lie takes effort. And fear, Saerion said. Mara looked back at him. Their hands were still joined. Slowly, carefully, he brushed his thumb once over the side of her hand. The touch was small, reverent, and gone almost before it began. It sent warmth through her that had nothing to do with magic. Then the barrier sparked. Pain flashed across Saerion's face. Mara pulled her hand back at once. The threshold sealed to its usual shimmer, separating them again. Did it hurt you? She asked. No more than letting go. The answer struck too softly to defend against. Mara lowered her hand, curling her fingers around the lingering warmth. Nalia sniffed hard and wiped her cheeks. What do we do now? Mara turned toward the central flame. The false blue fire still burned beneath the painted Saerion's hand, but now cracks of true gold threaded its edges. Beneath the overpaint, the council map had begun to show. Human roads. Elven towers. The Silver River. Veelric's brush. We repaint the keystone, Mara said. Saerion's expression sharpened with fear. Not yet. No. Not yet. We need Merowan's hidden marks. All of them. Ivena gathered her folios with renewed purpose. Future hand. Joined edges. She knew someone might come. She hoped, Saerion said. Then we honor her hope with thoroughness, Mara replied. Tessel nodded. Good. Thoroughness is less likely to make roofs collapse. Outside, bells began ringing in Greywold Vale. Everyone turned toward the windows. That is not the hour bell, Ivena said. Another bell joined it. Then a third. Mara crossed to the window. Down in the village, people were gathering in the square. Smoke rose from chimneys. The new bridge shone pale beyond the ravine. And along the old northern road, where no road had been visible yesterday, a line of standing stones had risen from the earth, each carved with an open door. Ivena inhaled sharply beside her. The treaty road. How do you know? Mara asked. The archive keeper held up the silver comb Bronner had left for study. On its spine, beneath newly brightened tarnish, tiny open doors alternated with human hands offering bread. Because, Ivena said, I think it has been waiting for us to remember its name. The bells continued. But not all who gathered in the village looked joyful. Mara saw men pointing toward the palace with anger. She saw Lord Revanth near the square, speaking urgently to Brindlecairn. She saw the councillor turn toward Aurelith. Even from that distance, she could read the decision settling over him. He will not wait 4 days, she said. No, Tessel replied. Men like that wait only when waiting serves them. Saerion stood at the painted doorway, unable to see the village from where he was, but reading their faces well enough. What has happened? The treaty road is returning, Mara said. And Brindlecairn is afraid. Saerion's gaze moved to the central flame. Then Veelric's lie will defend itself soon. Can a spell do that? Nalia whispered. Saerion's eyes darkened. A lie repeated long enough learns the shape of survival. The gallery lamps flickered. Across the mural, the painted Veelric's hidden hand emerged faintly near the edge of the council map, pale fingers gripping a blue-burning brush. Mara felt the old story watching them now, not passively, but with intention. The next day began with a summons. Mara was ordered to appear before the village council in Greywold Hall. Brindlecairn's seal was pressed into the wax, formal and uncompromising. She could have refused, but refusal would give him the excuse he wanted. So she went with Ivena beside her and Tessel trailing behind despite claiming he had no interest in councils unless they showed signs of falling down. Nalia stayed at the palace to guard the pigments. Greywold Hall was packed. Villagers filled the benches and stood along the walls. Farmers, merchants, shepherds, mothers with children, old men leaning on sticks, young men trying to look braver than they were. At the front sat Brindlecairn, Lord Revanth, and 3 council members whose faces suggested they wished illness had claimed them before politics did. Mara stood before them with paint still beneath her nails. Brindlecairn opened without greeting. Mistress Veyne, do you deny that your actions at Aurelith have altered roads, water sources, public memory, and possibly legal boundaries within Greywold Vale? No. A murmur passed through the hall. Lord Revanth leaned back, satisfied. Brindlecairn's eyes narrowed, perhaps expecting evasion. Do you deny an authorized magical practice? I do not know what law governs restoring a mural that was already magical when I arrived. That is convenient. It is precise. Ivena whispered, good. Brindlecairn tapped one finger on the table. Do you claim these alterations are safe? No. The hall stirred more sharply. Mara lifted her voice. I claim they are truthful, and that truth mishandled can become dangerous. So can truth buried. That is why I have been working carefully. A man near the back shouted, my field has a road in it. Another shouted, my daughter's fever broke at the fountain. A woman cried, my mother remembers a language she never learned. Quiet, Brindlecairn ordered. Mara turned toward the people instead of the council table. I cannot promise that nothing will change. It already has. But I can tell you what I have learned. Aurelith did not fall because its king betrayed humans. It fell because a man named Veelric tried to save Elven power by sacrificing human villages. King Saerion refused. Lord Revanth scoffed. How fortunate that the trapped elf king tells a flattering version. Mara faced him. I saw the memory. With your own eyes. Yes. Inside a magical wall? Yes. A few people laughed nervously. Revanth spread his hands. Well, then. We must reorder every deed in the valley because a muralist had a vision. Ivena stepped forward, face flushed. Not only a vision. Records are changing because suppressed text is re-emerging. I have folios referencing open-door treaties, shared water rights, sanctuary passages, and intermarriage between Aurelith and border families. At that word, the hall erupted. Brindlecairn rose. Enough. But Bronna Hale stood from the third bench, clutching her silver comb. My great-grandmother was elven-blooded. I remember her now. I remember her songs. A farmer near the isle turned on her. And that gives elves right to my land? No, Mara said before fear could sharpen further. No one has said that. Restoration does not mean erasing lives built since. The old magic follows joined edges. It restores what can connect truthfully. If we force it toward conquest or denial, it will break. Brindlecairn looked at her with something like contempt and pain mixed together. And who decides what connects truthfully? You. The question struck where Mara was least defended. Who was she to decide? A human muralist hired under contract. A woman who knew pigments and plaster, not kingdoms. Yet she had stood in the memory. She had seen Veelric's hand. I decide each brushstroke, she said slowly. Not the future alone. That is why we need witnesses from both peoples. Human records. Elven memory. Living consequence. Not fear. Not greed. Revanth laughed softly. A council of ghosts and peasants. Inspiring. Tessel took one step forward. Careful, lordling. Mara had never heard his voice so cold. Revanth glanced at the old mason, then wisely said nothing. Brindlecairn sat again. He looked tired suddenly, the Polish worn thin. My great-grandfather's grant of the northern slope bears no elven seal, he said. If the treaty road says otherwise, what then? Do the Brindlecairns become thieves? Do families who have tilled soil for generations become trespassers? Tell me, Mistress Veyne. Paint that kindly. For the first time, Mara understood that his fear had a face. Not abstract power. Not only control. Shame. Loss. The possibility that his family story, too, had been overpainted. I do not know yet, she said. The hall quieted. It was not the answer anyone wanted. It was the only honest one. Brindlecairn looked away first. Until the magistrate arrives, the palace is under guard. All restoration ceases. No, Mara said. He turned back. If restoration ceases now, she continued, the old lie remains active. It is already defending itself. Sealing the mural will not make it safe. It will leave the valley half-changed and the prison half-broken. You expect me to trust you? No. I expect you to watch. The challenge hung between them. Mara drew a breath. Come to the gallery tonight. Bring one witness not beholden to Lord Revanth. Bring Bronna Hale if she agrees. Bring someone who fears the changes, too. See the mural before you bury it. Revanth leaned toward Brindlecairn. This is manipulation. Yes, Ivena said brightly. Of the transparent sort. Much healthier than yours. Brindlecairn did not smile. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then his gaze moved over the crowded hall, over the frightened and hopeful faces of the people he governed. Tonight, he said at last. I will see this proof. If I find trickery, the work ends before dawn. Mara bowed her head. Then I will make certain you see truth. She only hoped truth would survive being watched by men already armed against it. Brindlecairn came after sunset with Bronna Hale and a farmer named Jorik Tam, whose field had been crossed by the treaty road. Lord Revanth tried to come as well, but Brindlecairn refused him. That surprised Mara. It seemed to surprise Revanth more. The moonlit gallery had been prepared with all the care of a ceremony and all the tension of a trial. Lamps stood in a semicircle. Ivena's records were arranged on one table. Pigments remained covered on another. Nalia stood near the brushes, solemn and pale. Tessel waited by the doors. Mara stood before the central mural. Brindlecairn entered and stopped. The painting had changed too much to deny now. The restored orchard glowed softly. The water-bearer's bowl shone blue. The balcony border gleamed with open doors and offered bread. Ilarivetha's hand gripped the rail, clearer than before. And at the center, beneath the false blue flame, the hidden map showed through in fractured lines. Bronna Hale began to weep at once. Jorik Tam removed his cap. Brindlecairn said nothing. Mara touched the small painted latch. The door opened. Golden light spilled across the gallery floor. Saerion appeared beyond the threshold. Bronna cried out and sank to her knees. Jorik stumbled back. Brindlecairn went white but did not move. Saerion stood very still, allowing them to look. Mara realized he had arranged himself deliberately, not crowned, not grand, not pleading. Simply present. A living man framed by a painted doorway. "I am Saerion Thornevale," he said. "Once king of Aurelith. I have no wish to take your homes. I have no wish to purchase my people's freedom with yours." Bronna sobbed harder. Jorik's rough voice shook. "Are there more of you?" Saerion looked toward the suspended figures behind him. "I believe so. Living. I pray it." Brindlecairn stepped forward slowly. "And you expect us to believe you refused to sacrifice human villages?" "No," Saerion said. "I expect you to doubt any king speaking in his own defense." Mara looked at him sharply. Brindlecairn blinked, thrown off balance. Saerion continued. "So do not begin with my word. Begin with your own records. Your altered memories. The treaty symbols. The road returning beneath your feet. A lie may imitate grandeur, counselor. It rarely preserves mercy in so many small places." Brindlecairn's gaze moved to the balcony border. "And yet you were king. The fall happened under your rule." "Yes." The answer was immediate, unshielded. "I was king," Saerion said. "I failed to prevent Vilric's treachery. I failed to save my people from the binding. I failed my sister in the moment she called to me. I carry those failures. But I did not choose the deaths of your villages. I would not. I could not." The gallery was silent. Mara's heart ached at the steadiness with which he accepted guilt that was his, while refusing guilt that had been painted onto him. That distinction had cost him centuries. Bronna rose slowly, clutching the silver comb. "My great-grandmother's song," she whispered. "It said the door stayed open because the king would not burn the road." Saerion's eyes turned to her. "What was her name?" "Sivera." His expression changed. "Sivera of Ashford?" Bronna nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I think so. She brought bread to the North Gate during the second winter flood," Saerion said. "My sister said her loaves could end wars if thrown accurately." Bronna laughed through tears. Something in the mural brightened. Brindlecairn saw it. Mara knew he did because his face tightened, not with disbelief now, but with fear of belief. Jorik Tam stepped forward. "My field. The road crosses it. Will elves take it?" Saerion looked at him with grave attention. "Was the field yours before the road returned?" "My father's. And his mother's before him." "Then your labor is part of its truth now. No restoration worth trusting should erase that." Jorik swallowed. "But the road? Perhaps it must pass. Perhaps the field must be honored. Perhaps both, if those who live there choose carefully." Jorik looked suspicious. "That sounds difficult." "It will be," Tessel muttered, "best honest thing said all week." Brindlecairn finally spoke. "And what do you ask, Saerion Thornevale?" The use of his name shifted the room. Saerion's gaze flickered once to Mara. Then back to the counselor. "Time," he said. "Witness. And the chance to correct the lie that keeps my people suspended between memory and death." Brindlecairn looked at Mara. "And you?" Mara felt every eye turn to her. A week ago, She would have said she wanted only to do the work well. That was still true, but no longer enough. I ask that no one destroy what they fear before understanding it, she said. And that no one use restoration as excuse to take what mercy would not give. Brindlecairn's eyes sharpened at that. He heard the warning to Revanth. Perhaps also to himself. The central flame pulsed. Ilaraveth's voice whispered from the balcony, clear enough for everyone to hear. Find the brush beneath the crown. Bronner gasped. Ivena wrote the phrase down with shaking hands. Mara looked toward the painted crown near Saerion's altered hand. She had assumed it was part of the accusation, a symbol of selfish kingship. But beneath its lower curve, a thin line of black showed through the blue flame. A brush handle. Veilric's brush. Hidden beneath the crown. The keystone is not only the flame, Mara said. It is the image of choice. Veilric made it look as if Saerion chose himself. Saerion's face paled. The crown. He buried his own brush beneath it, Ivena said. He hid the author of the lie inside the symbol of your rule. Brindlecairn stared at the mural. His face was unreadable. Then, unexpectedly, he turned to Tessel. Can this room be secured from Lord Revantha's men? Tessel lifted his brows. Depends how attached his men are to unbroken toes. Secure it, Brindlecairn said. Mara stared at him. He did not look at her. You have until the magistrate arrives. No longer. I will not pretend I trust this. But I have seen enough to know limewash may be the more dangerous ignorance. It was not forgiveness. Not alliance. But it was space enough to breathe. Thank you, Mara said. Brindlecairn's mouth tightened. Do not thank me. Prove me less foolish than I feel. He left soon after, taking Bronner and Jorik with him. Jorik paused at the door to look back at the mural. If the road stays, he said gruffly, I'll need a gate through the south hedge. Saerion inclined his head. A reasonable beginning. When they were gone, the gallery seemed to exhale. Nalia sat down on the floor. I thought Lord Revanth would come in with soldiers. He may yet, Tessel said. Ivena tapped the phrase Ilaraveth had spoken. Find the brush beneath the crown. We need to expose it. Mara looked at Saerion. He stood quietly at the threshold, gaze fixed on the central scene. The false-painted version of him loomed above, hand over blue flame, crown shining with accusation. But now Mara could see the hidden shape. Beneath the crown's painted curve lay the handle of Veilric's brush, the true instrument of choice. We need the memory of the exact stroke, she said. Saerion did not answer. Saerion. I know. His voice had gone distant. Mara approached the doorway. You do not have to enter it tonight. His gaze met hers. 4 days. 3 now. All the more reason not to waste one. All the more reason not to break the witness we need. The words came sharper than she intended. Saerion looked at her, and some of the distance left his eyes. You speak as though my well-being matters apart from my usefulness to this work, he said softly. Mara's throat tightened. It does. The simple confession stood between them, tender and undeniable. Ivena suddenly became fascinated by her folios. Nalia stared at the floor with fierce politeness. Tessel turned his back and inspected the door hinges in a manner that fooled no one. Saerion lowered his voice. Mara, I cannot promise what waits beyond freedom. I know. My kingdom may wake in need. My people may require a king more than I require happiness. I know. And still. He stopped. Mara stepped closer, until only the threshold shimmer separated them. And still, she said, do not tell me I have no place before you have even seen the world you are entering. His eyes searched hers with such aching hope that she almost wished she had said less. Almost. I would never deny you place, he said. I fear offering one I may not have the right to give. Then we wait for truth there too. His breath trembled into something nearly a laugh, nearly grief. You make patience sound like courage. It often is. For a moment, Mara thought he might reach for the barrier. Instead he bowed his head, not as a king this time, but as a man receiving a kindness too precious to handle carelessly. Then, he said, we will be patient. But not idle. They worked until dawn. Not on the crown itself. Not yet. They mapped every surrounding line, every altered shadow, every fragment of hidden brushwork Merowan had left. The court painter's marks formed a pattern so subtle Mara might never have noticed it without the memories guiding her, tiny joined edges, a chain of honest details leading toward the keystone. A human village lantern in the corner of the map. Ilariveth's hand pointing not to Saerion, but to Vylric. Merowan's initials hidden beneath a streak of ash. A crown painted over a brush. By sunrise, the truth of the composition had become clear. Vylric had not merely blamed Saerion. He had painted authorship itself into hiding. To break the prison, Mara would need to repaint the final council scene so that choice returned to the one who had actually made it. But doing so would not simply free Saerion. It would force the present world to absorb the truth of Aurelith's mercy, Vylric's betrayal, and the interrupted treaties between elves and humans. The valley would change more. There was no path where everyone remained untouched. Mara stood before the mural as dawn grayed the windows, exhausted, hands stained, mind aching from memory bleed. Saerion stood beyond the doorway, watching her with concern he no longer tried to disguise. "You must sleep," he said. "So must you. I do not sleep much. Begin with pretending." His mouth curved. A royal command? A restorer's instruction. Far more binding. She smiled, and the smile cost less than it used to. "I will return tonight." "I know." The certainty warmed her. Mara gathered her tools, then paused at the gallery doors and looked back. "Saerion?" "Yes." "When you refused Vylric, did anyone stand with you besides Ilariveth?" His gaze shifted toward the hidden marks. "Merowan. Some of the gate wardens. A healer named Othian. Severa of Ash Ford, though she was not in the chamber. She held the north gate open from the human side." Mara nodded slowly. "Then the final painting cannot show you alone." "No," he said. The false mural's accusation seemed suddenly lonelier than ever. Mara looked at the painted king, isolated before the flame, his face twisted by another man's brush. Then she looked at the real king beyond the doorway, worn by guilt yet still unwilling to purchase freedom through harm. "No more lonely kings," she said. Saerion's expression changed. It was not quite a smile. Not quite sorrow. It was the look of someone hearing a door open in a wall he had stopped touching. "No," he said softly. "No more." Mara left the gallery with Ivena, Nalia, and Tessel, carrying the first true map of Vylric's lie. Behind them, the mural glowed faintly in the growing morning. The sunbow tree beyond the windows released its stored light. The healing fountain sang in the inner courtyard. The treaty road waited beyond Jorik Tam's field, half remembered and half new. And beneath the painted crown, the hidden brush of Vylric's Sorn began, at last, to show through the blue fire. Here is Act 4. The day before the magistrate was due to arrive, Greywold Vale woke to two histories quarreling in the streets. At dawn, Jorik Tam found the treaty road running clean through his south field, its pale stones rising between rows of barley. He stood at the field gate with his hat in his hands, staring while his wife, Mera, traced the open-door carvings with her fingertips and wept because she remembered her mother telling her never to plant over the old path. "But your mother never said such a thing," Jorik insisted. "She did," Mera replied, trembling. "She did, and then she didn't, and now she does again." At the bakery, Bronna Hale sang in a language she had not known the week before while kneading dough, and half the customers cried before the first loaves were finished. At the old well, two boys lowered a bucket and drew up water threaded with faint blue light. Near the northern ravine, the restored bridge gathered dew along its rail in patterns that spelled out names Ivena copied with shaking hands. Not all names were Elven. Some belonged to human families still living in the village. Some belonged to families who had forgotten why their doors were carved with leaves instead of plain iron hinges. Some belonged to the dead. By noon, ore had worn thin in many hearts, and fear had begun sharpening itself into anger. Mara saw it from the palace terrace, where the wind carried voices up the hill in broken pieces. She stood with one hand on the stone rail, looking down at the village square. People moved in clusters, no longer simply curious. Men pointed toward the palace. Women gathered children close. Lord Revanth stood outside Greywold Hall speaking to anyone who would listen, one hand lifted in reasonable concern, the other resting near the purse at his belt. He had the gift of making self-interest look like public duty. He is telling them the elves will take their land, Ivena said beside Mara. Will they believe him? Some already do. Ivena's eyes were shadowed with lack of sleep. Her ink-stained fingers clutched a packet of records tied in blue thread. He is using partial truths. That is what makes it work. Mara looked toward the orchard, where the single sunbow tree glowed softly despite the overcast sky. Veelric would admire him. I was trying not to think that. Below, Brindlecairn emerged from Greywold Hall. Even at a distance, Mara could see the strain in his posture. He had not slept either. He stood apart from Revanth, but not far enough. When Revanth turned and spoke, Brindlecairn did not answer at first. Then, slowly, he looked up toward the palace. Mara felt the look as if it crossed the distance and touched her throat. They will come today, she said. Ivena swallowed. Before the magistrate? Yes. Then we must finish tonight's preparations now. Mara turned from the valley. Inside the palace, the restoration team had become something between a workshop, a council, and a watchpost. Tessel had secured the moonlit gallery doors with timber braces and 3 locks, then hidden the 4th key in a place he refused to disclose except to say it was somewhere no dignified man would reach. Nalia had spent the morning grinding pigment with fierce concentration, preparing each mixture according to the rules Saerion had taught them. The palette for the keystone revision stood covered under damp cloth, bridgestone white, fountain blue, orchard gold, treaty road dust, soot from the damaged council chamber, and a dark green made from crushed leaves of the sunbow tree, gathered only after one had fallen naturally. No invented color. No borrowed convenience. Every pigment had to belong. Mara had slept perhaps an hour before dawn. It was not enough. Her hands were steady, but beneath the steadiness lay exhaustion so deep it seemed to hum in her bones. Memory bleed had left her with fragments that surfaced when she least expected them, Ilariveth shouting across the council table, Veelric's brush burning blue, Saerion's hand cold around hers inside the memory, Merowan Glassleaf whispering to a future hand. Find the joined edges. Do not restore the old ending. Give them a true one. The words followed Mara as she entered the moonlit gallery. Saerion was already waiting at the painted doorway. That had become their habit, though neither had named it. He stood just beyond the threshold as if he could make the distance less by refusing to waste a single breath of her arrival. The sight of him steadied Mara and unsettled her in equal measure. His gaze moved over her face. You did not sleep. Neither did you. I have centuries of practice. And yet no improvement. The faintest smile touched his mouth, but faded quickly. Behind him, the between gallery looked more unstable than it had the night before. The painted hall beyond the doorway rippled at the edges. Suspended figures flickered in and out of clarity. In the distance, blue fire threaded through the sky like cracks in glass. Saerion followed her gaze. The prison story knows we have found its hidden author. Can a story know? A story shaped by a bitter will can remember bitterness. Mara set her satchel on the work table. Then we work before bitterness gathers allies. It already has. She turned back to him. Saerion looked past her toward the gallery doors. Fear. Power. The wish to keep old wrongdoing unnamed. Veelric used them first. Others may carry them without knowing whose path they walk. Mara thought of Brindlecairn's strained face. He is not Veelric. No. Revanth might like to be. That makes him useful to the lie. Nalia entered with the pigment tray, then froze as the central mural gave a low shudder. The false blue flame beneath the painted king's hand brightened, casting color across her cheeks. I do not like that it does that when we talk about it, she whispered. Few lies enjoy being discussed accurately, Ivena said, following with the records. Tessel came last, barring the gallery doors behind him. If anyone asks, I am repairing the west hinge. All 3 locks? Ivena asked. It is a complicated hinge. Mara uncovered the palette. The colors looked too small for what they were meant to do. We begin with Merowan's marks, she said. Not the flame. Not the crown. We expose the brush handle beneath the crown first. If Veilric hid authorship there, the story must admit his hand before we alter the choice. Saerion nodded. The law of joined edges. Every correction connected to truth. Nalia took her place beside the table. And if the wall pulls you into memory again? Mara glanced at Saerion. His face tightened. They had argued about this before dawn and reached no agreement except the fragile one made by necessity. Then Saerion anchors the memory, Mara said. Ivena records what is seen. Tessel watches the room. You watch my hands. If my brush slips or I stop answering, you take it from me. Nalia went pale. I cannot take a brush from you. You can if I ask before it happens. The girl's eyes filled, but she nodded. Mara approached the central scene. Up close, the false flame was more intricate than it had first appeared. Blue tongues of fire curled around the painted Saerion's hand, crown, and map table, binding them into one accusation: king, power, sacrifice. But now that Alariveth had warned them, Mara could see the concealed line beneath the lower arc of the crown. A narrow black-green stroke, almost hidden by blue. The handle of a brush. Veilric's brush. Mara lifted a dampened swab. The gallery grew cold. Saerion's voice came from behind her, steady and low. Mara. I am here. Do not follow any memory that shows only my face. Veilric wanted me alone. No lonely kings, she said. His silence warmed in answer. She touched the swab to the crown's edge. The overpaint resisted. Not physically at first. The pigment should have softened. Instead the blue held firm, glossy and smooth as enamel. Mara adjusted pressure by the smallest degree. Nothing. She changed water. Still nothing. She took a breath and mixed one drop of fountain water with the smallest trace of bridgestone dust, a mixture meant to invite truth through passage rather than force removal. This time the blue trembled. The gallery lamps bent toward the mural. Nalia whispered, Mistress Veyne. I know. Mara worked more slowly. A thin line of false gold lifted from the crown. Beneath it, the brush handle emerged, dark and precise. The moment the hidden stroke appeared, the mural exhaled a sound like wind through a sealed room. Then memory opened. Mara stood again in the council chamber, but this time it was not whole. It came in shards, arranged by Veilric's will. Saerion alone at the map. Saerion's hand above the flame. Saerion wearing the crown. Human roads burning. Elven towers saved. Each image slammed into place as if a judge's hammer struck. Guilty. 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 Mara clenched her jaw. No, the memory tried to turn her gaze from the edges. She forced herself to look beyond Saerion. There Alariveth's torn sleeve. There Merowan at the wall. There Veilric's hand gripping the brush. There the human village lanterns still unburned, because Saerion had refused. Mara, Saerion called, distant and strained. Find my hand. She looked. Not the hand Veilric had painted above the flame. The true one. In the memory, Saerion's left hand gripped the table edge so hard the wood had split beneath his fingers. His right hand was empty. Empty. Veilric held the brush. Mara pulled back into the gallery with a gasp. Her brush had not slipped. The hidden handle beneath the crown was clearer now, though the bristles remained buried in blue fire. Ivena wrote furiously. Empty hand. Veilric holding brush. Crown overpainted after binding. Human roads unburned at moment of refusal. Tessel's gaze flicked to the doors. Keep working. Mara did not ask why. She already heard it. Voices beyond the gallery. At first muffled. Then louder. Men in the corridor. Brindlecairn's voice, sharp with command. Another voice beneath it, smoother. Revanth. Tessel moved to the door. The hinge is about to become very complicated. Mara turned to Saerion. The threshold light flickered around him. Continue, he said. They are coming. Yes. If they break in while I am inside the memory, I will call you back. You cannot cross. His eyes held hers. No. But you hear me. She did. That was the trouble. She heard him in more ways than magic. Mara returned to the mural. The next layer came away more easily, as if the first admission had weakened the lie. The crown's lower curve lost its false shine. The brush handle emerged to the grip. Veilric's fingers began to show, pale, elegant, merciless. The blue flame snapped. The gallery doors shook under a heavy blow. Nalia cried out. Tessel braced the timber with his shoulder. Odrin, he shouted. You break my hinge and I will bill your grandchildren. Brindlecairn's voice came through the door. Open this at once. Can't. Hinge. I am done with your hinges. Revantha's voice followed. Break it. Tessel glanced back. Mistress Veyne. I need more time. You have what my shoulder can purchase. The second blow struck. Mara mixed fountain blue with soot and a touch of sunbow green. The color darkened to something almost black, but alive at its edge. She touched it to the exposed brush handle, not adding, not inventing, but returning depth where overpaint had flattened truth. The memory opened again. This time Veilric faced her. Not as a fragment. Not as a man unaware of her future presence. He stood in the council chamber with blue fire behind him, robes untouched by ash, violet eyes fixed directly on hers. So, he said. Merowan's little hope learned to hold a brush. Mara's breath caught. She knew she was still in the gallery. Knew Nalia watched her hand. Knew Tessel held the door. Knew Saerion stood beyond the threshold. But Veilric's voice moved through the memory like ink dropped into water, staining everything. You are not real, Mara said. No. I shaped the story that shaped your valley. I outlived my death more effectively than most kings. His gaze moved over her with cold curiosity. Human. How fitting. Saerion's weakness returns with a human hand. He was merciful. He was indecisive. He refused murder. He refused preservation. Veilric stepped toward the map table. Do you know what became of Aurelith because he would not choose cleanly? Children suspended mid-scream. Healers trapped between breaths. A princess blurred into plaster. A king imprisoned in the moment before failure. Mercy did not save them. You did this. I did what rulers are too sentimental to do. I chose continuity. You chose control. Veilric smiled. Control is merely mercy practiced by those with courage. The words were so smooth that Mara felt, for one dangerous heartbeat, the shape of his argument. The kingdom had been collapsing. People had been dying. Human villages might have fallen anyway to war or famine. What were 3 villages against an entire civilization of art, memory, law, and centuries? Was Saerion's refusal noble because she loved him, or because it was true? The memory shifted. Mara saw Aurelith restored exactly as it had been, towers whole, gardens bright, elves walking in silver processions, music filling the air. Saerion stood crowned beneath sunbow leaves. Aurelith laughed on a balcony. No ruin. No centuries lost. Then the image widened. Beyond the valley, human villages lay silent and black. Veilric watched her. Every future is painted over something. Mara's hand trembled in the real gallery. Nalia's voice broke through. Mistress Veyne, your brush. Mara looked down. In her hand, the brush hovered near the flame, loaded with dark pigment. One stroke in the wrong direction, and she would strengthen Veilric's path. Restore Aurelith as it had been. Give Saerion his kingdom at the cost he had refused. The temptation was not hers alone. That made it worse. She felt Saerion's grief answer it. His longing for his people. His agony over Aurelith. The unbearable thought that one different choice might have saved them from centuries inside paint. Mara. Saerion's voice cut through the memory. She looked toward him in the gallery and the council chamber at once. He stood beyond the threshold, one hand against the barrier, face white with effort. Not that future, he said. Veilric's smile thinned. He says so because centuries have taught him to enjoy his martyrdom. Saerion's eyes did not leave Mara. Not that future. The words broke the spell of temptation because they cost him everything. Mara lowered the brush. No, she said to Veilric. A future bought by betraying his mercy would not restore him. It would finish what you began. Veelric's eyes darkened. The council chamber shattered around her. Mara returned to the gallery as the doors burst open. The timber brace split. Tessel stumbled back but did not fall. 4 men rushed in, 2 of Revantha's and 2 council guards. Brindlecairn entered behind them, rain on his coat though the day outside had been dry when Mara last looked. Lord Revanthe followed with his face flushed and triumphant. "Stop her," Revanthe ordered. Mara stood between the men and the mural, brush still in hand. Brindlecairn's gaze moved from the exposed brush beneath the painted crown to the open doorway where Saerion stood in full view. Something like horror passed over his face, not horror at Saerion's existence, but at the violence already unfolding. "I did not order force," he said. Revanthe gave him a sharp look. "You ordered this ended. Not like this. Then decide faster." One of Revantha's men moved toward the work table. Nalia stepped in front of the pigments, shaking but fierce. "Do not touch those." He shoved her aside. Tessel struck him across the wrist with a measuring rod. The room erupted. Ivena snatched up the folios and retreated behind the table. A guard seized Tessel by the arm. Tessel drove his elbow back with surprising force. Nalia scrambled to save the palette, but the shoved table tilted. Pigment spilled across the floor in streaks of blue, gold, green, and ash black. Mara lunged forward, catching the covered bowl of treaty road dust before it shattered. "Enough!" Brindlecairn shouted. No one listened. Revanthe pushed past him, face twisted now that charm had fallen away. "Do you understand what she is doing? If that kingdom returns, every grant from the Reed March to the ravine can be challenged. Every toll, every lease, every inheritance. There it is," Ivena snapped. "Public safety." Revanthe rounded on Mara. "You would unmake living families for a painted king?" Saerion's voice rang through the gallery. "No." Revanthe turned toward him, startled despite himself. Saerion stood tall beyond the doorway, anger at last breaking through restraint. "Do not place your greed in the mouths of families. Their fear deserves better company." Revanthe recovered quickly. "And yours does not. How noble, asking us to believe a king wants no crown. I want my people free. Kings always name their wants generously." Mara saw the change in Brindlecairn then. Revanthe had said too much. Not enough to make the councillor brave, perhaps, but enough to make him uncertain whose fear he had served. Revanthe saw it too. His jaw tightened. Then he grabbed a scraper from the tool table and turned toward the mural. "No!" Mara cried. He did not strike the painted king. He struck the small doorway. The blade cut across the painted frame and through the 7th leaf. The sound was not loud. It was worse. A thin, tearing note passed through the gallery, like silk ripping inside bone. Saerion convulsed. The doorway's golden light flared white, then blue. Cracks raced from the painted frame into the central mural. The between gallery behind him buckled. Distant towers bent. Suspended figures blurred into streaks. Ilaravetha's balcony flashed and began to dissolve at the edges. Mara dropped the bowl and ran to the mural. "Saerion." He fell to one knee beyond the threshold, one hand pressed against his chest. The barrier between them flickered violently. Revanthe stumbled back, staring at the scraper as if it had acted without him. Brindlecairn seized his arm. "What have you done? What you were too weak to do." The gallery floor shifted. Nalia screamed as a crack opened across the plaster under the central wall, not in stone but in image. Painted smoke spilled outward, curling around their feet. The mural was collapsing into blankness where the doorway had been cut. Tessel shoved one of the guards aside. "Out. Everyone out unless you fancy becoming decorative." Ivena clutched the records to her chest. "Mara." But Mara was already reaching for the damaged doorway. The latch was split. The 7th leaf torn. Gold light bled through the cut like a wound. Saerion looked up from beyond it. His face was strained with pain, but his eyes found hers. "Do not come through," he said. The command struck hard. Mara ignored it. She seized the treaty road dust, scooped spilled fountain blue from the table with 2 fingers, and snatched her sable brush from where it had rolled near the wall. Mara, Saerion said, this time not commanding. Pleading. If the doorway collapses, you all go with it. If you enter now, you may not return. Then you had better help me paint a way back. She touched the torn latch with the brush. The world turned sideways. Mara fell through the painted doorway. There was no graceful passage, no gentle widening of threshold. She plunged through gold and blue fire, through the smell of crushed leaves and smoke, through fragments of voices calling in languages she knew and did not know. Her shoulder struck a floor that was not quite stone. Pigment smeared beneath her palm. The air tasted of ash and rainwater. She was inside the between gallery. For one dizzy moment she could not rise. The world around her flickered between palace hall and unfinished painting. Columns stood solid to the left and dissolved into brushstrokes to the right. The sky overhead was a painted vault cracked with blank white. In the distance, Aurelith's towers leaned like wet ink. Saerion reached her side. He did not pass through the barrier to reach her. There was no barrier here. His hands closed around her arms, steadying her, real and warm. Mara. For the first time, his voice was not filtered through threshold magic. It was immediate, breath and fear and relief. Too close for caution. Too dear for safety. She looked up at him, stunned despite the collapsing world. You are real, she said foolishly. Pain and tenderness crossed his face. So are you. The ground shuddered. A section of painted sky peeled away overhead, revealing blank plaster beyond. Saerion helped her stand, one arm braced around her shoulders for only as long as necessary, though both of them seemed to feel the moment when necessity ended and choice began. He let go first. Of course he did. Mara clutched her brush and looked toward the central hall forming ahead. Where is the keystone from here? The council chamber. Can we reach it? If the story lets us. And if it does not? A cold voice answered from the broken corridor. It will not. Veyne Sorn stepped from a wash of blue fire. He was not merely memory now. The mural had given him shape from the lie he had written. Pale gold skin, white hair braided with black thread, violet eyes bright with old conviction. Ink-dark robes moved around him though there was no wind. In one hand he held the blue-burning brush. Saerion stepped in front of Mara. Veyne smiled. Still placing humans behind you, Majesty? How faithful to the era that ruined us. Mara moved beside Saerion, not behind him. Veyne's gaze flicked to her. Ah. She has opinions. She has a name, Saerion said. I know. The wall has been whispering it with unbearable fondness. Veyne tilted his head. Mara Veyne. Restorer. How noble. How limited. Mara's grip tightened on her brush. Limited work has kept your lies from looking like truth. His eyes sharpened. You think so? You have cleaned scratches and woken weeds. I wrote the ending of a kingdom. You imprisoned it. I preserved it. Behind him, the between gallery flickered. A row of suspended elven children appeared, blurred and frightened, then vanished into blankness. Saerion's face tightened. Veyne saw. There. That is honesty. Not her careful little moral lines. That pain in you is truth. You would give anything to spare them. Yes, Saerion said. Mara looked at him. His gaze remained on Veyne. But not anyone. The answer moved through the painted realm like a bell. Veyne's expression hardened. Still performing virtue for an audience. No, Saerion said. Remembering it without your brush over mine. The corridor trembled. The council chamber appeared beyond Veyne, map table, storm windows, blue fire, crown, scattered papers. Ilaraveth's balcony hung above it, her figure clearer now but still trapped behind a veil of smeared pigment. Merowan's hidden panel glowed faintly along one wall. Mara understood at once. The final confrontation would not happen in the gallery outside. It had to happen here, where the false story had been painted into being. Veyne lifted his brush. You cannot repaint a finished tragedy. Mara stepped forward. It was never finished. You only sealed it before anyone else could answer. She ran. Saerion moved with her. Blue fire struck the floor where they had stood. The painted realm buckled. Mara dodged a falling column that became a streak of grey paint before it hit the ground. Saerion caught her hand and pulled her across a gap where the floor had dissolved into blank plaster. For 3 steps they ran hand in hand, and the between gallery steadied beneath them as if joined truth had weight. They reached the council chamber. Mara went straight to Merowan's hidden panel. The court painter's marks shone beneath layers of ash, tiny joined edges, finer than hair, connecting Alariveth's balcony, the human lanterns on the map, Saerion's empty hand, and Veilric's brush. Future hand, Merowan's memory whispered. Mara pressed her palm to the panel. I found them. Light spread beneath her fingers. On the balcony above, Alariveth stirred. Saerion looked up. Alariveth. Her blurred face turned toward him. Her mouth moved, but no sound emerged. Veilric entered the chamber behind them. Touching. But a sister's testimony cannot free a king who failed. No, Mara said, opening her pigment pouch. Not alone. She poured Treaty Road dust into her palm. Mixed it with fountain blue. Added ash from the council chamber. A trace of orchard gold. The colors swirled, resisted, then settled into a deep, luminous green-gray. What are you doing? Veilric asked. Making a color that belongs to all the edges you tried to cut apart. You are inventing. I am joining. She touched her brush to the mixture and began to paint on the council chamber wall where Merowan's marks had waited. Not over the old scene. Beside it. A second image began to form, not a replacement, but a witness. Saerion at the council table, his right hand empty. Alariveth beside him, one hand on the treaty records. Human village lanterns still burning on the map. Veilric holding the blue brush. Mara painted quickly, but not carelessly. Every line connected to a mark already present. Every figure came from memory they had witnessed. Every color belonged to a restored fragment. Sweat ran down her temple. Her hand ached. Memory pressed around her, trying to pull her into every sorrow at once. Saerion stood between her and Veilric. The old historian's face contorted. You would let a human define us? I let truth define us, Saerion said. Veilric's brush flared. You let mercy destroy us. He struck. Saerion raised his arm as if to block fire with flesh. Mara cried out, but the flame did not hit him. Alariveth's balcony blazed gold. The princess's hand broke free of the smeared paint and seized the rail. Her voice rang through the chamber, no longer distant. Brother, duck. Saerion obeyed without hesitation. The blue fire struck the wall behind him and revealed another hidden mark, Merowan's signature, a small glass leaf branch beneath the map. Mara lunged toward it and painted the branch into the new witness scene. The chamber shook. Alariveth's face cleared by half. She was exactly as Saerion had remembered, copper-brown skin, dark silver curls, amber eyes bright with intelligence and fury. She looked at Veilric as if 4 centuries had not softened her opinion. You arrogant little ink bone, she said. Despite everything, Mara almost laughed. Saerion's breath broke. Alariveth. Do not stare. Stop him. Veilric's lips peeled back. You should have faded. I had excellent reasons not to. Mara painted faster. The new witness scene grew stronger. As it did, the original false mural in the outer gallery must have been changing. Mara felt the pull of it through the wall. But Veilric's echo was not finished. He turned his brush toward the human lanterns in Mara's scene. If they remain, he said, Aurelith falls. If they burn, Mara replied, Aurelith becomes unworthy of restoration. You speak of worth while our people vanish? Our people? Alariveth snapped. You stopped saying our when you decided children outside our walls were acceptable kindling. Veilric ignored her and looked at Saerion. Say it, Majesty. Say you never wondered. Say in all your centuries of noble suffering, you never asked whether 3 villages were too small a price. Saerion went still. Mara's brush faltered. There it was, the cruelest edge. Not that Saerion had chosen wrongly, but that grief had forced him to imagine the choice again and again until imagination felt like guilt. Veilric stepped closer. Tell her. Tell your human painter you never envied the version of yourself who chose Aurelith. Saerion's face had gone ashen. Mara wanted to answer for him. She did not. He had carried a painted lie for centuries. He deserved to speak his own truth. Yes, Saerion said. The chamber quieted. Yes, he repeated, voice rough. I wondered. I hated myself for wondering. I counted the towers lost. The children trapped. My sister blurred into silence. I asked whether mercy had been only pride wearing gentler clothes. His gaze lifted to Vylric. And every time, beneath the grief, I knew the answer. If I had chosen as you wished, Aurelith might have stood, but its heart would have fallen. The witness scene brightened. Mara's throat tightened. Saerion turned toward her. Paint that too. She stared at him. Your doubt. My doubt. My grief. All of it. No more walls that make virtue look easy. Mara understood then how brave he truly was. Not because he had refused Vylric once. Because he would now allow the record to show that refusal had cost him, haunted him, tempted him. He did not ask her to make him flawless. He asked her to make him true. She painted his bowed head after Vylric struck the map. She painted Ilariveth's hand reaching for him. She painted the human lanterns still burning. She painted Merowan hiding a future mark. She painted Vylric's brush as the source of the blue fire. The chamber groaned. Vylric staggered as if each truthful line cut a thread from his body. Outside the council chamber, the between gallery began to collapse faster. Blankness ate the far corridors. Figures flickered. Voices cried out. Mara, Saerion said. The doorway. She looked back. The path to the outer gallery was narrowing. The damaged door Revanth had cut bled light at its edges, but the frame was splintered. If it closed before the new scene was anchored, Mara would remain inside the painting. If she left before the witness scene was named, the correction might fail. Nalia's distant voice echoed from beyond the torn threshold. Mistress Veyne. Ivena shouted something she could not hear. Tessel roared, hold that frame. Brindleken's voice followed, strained and urgent. Here, brace it here. Mara realized with a jolt that Brindleken was helping. There was no time to wonder why. The witness scene needed a naming stroke. She looked at what she had painted, not triumph, not acquittal, not restoration to the old world. A king refusing cruelty. A sister defending mercy. A human village spared. A traitor exposed. A court painter leaving hope for a future hand. Doubt included. Grief included. Cost included. What did it mean? Saerion came beside her. Mara. I know. The brush shook in her hand. The wrong name would bend the story. Too simple, and it would become propaganda. Too bitter, and it would remain tragedy. Too hopeful, and it might erase the cost. She needed a word that could hold all of it. Vylric dragged himself upright, unraveling at the edges. You cannot name it. You were not there. No, Mara said. But I am here. Ilariveth gripped the balcony rail. And we are still here. Saerion looked at Mara. Choose truth. Not victory. Not happiness. Truth. Mara dipped the brush into the joined pigment, then drew one line beneath the witness scene, a road connecting the human lanterns to the palace gate, passing beside the sunbow tree and over the restored bridge. At the center of the line, she painted an open door. Mercy remembered, she whispered. The council chamber split with light. Vylric screamed. The witness scene blazed. Not bright enough to blind, but bright enough to reveal every hidden line around it. The old false scene cracked open. The crown peeled back from the brush. The blue flame unwound from Saerion's painted hand and recoiled toward Vylric's. The map shifted, showing not human roads burning, but human roads protected by open-door marks. Ilariveth's figure tore free from the balcony with a sound like cloth ripping from thorns. Saerion caught her as she fell. For one impossible moment, brother and sister clung to each other in the collapsing chamber. Ilariveth was not fully solid, paint light still trembled around her edges. But her arms were around his neck, and his face broke with a grief so deep it looked like joy turned inside out. You took long enough, she said into his shoulder. A sob escaped him, half laugh, half wound. You are impossible. Frequently. Mara turned away for one breath, giving them the privacy of not watching too greedily. Her own eyes burned. Then the floor vanished beneath her. She fell to one knee as blankness spread from the chamber's edge. The witness scene held, but the world around it was tearing. Veilric's echo, diminished but not gone, stood within a storm of blue fragments, eyes fixed on Mara. You have corrected a memory, he hissed. Not an ending. The words struck with terrible force. The between gallery convulsed. Mara understood. The witness scene had broken the accusation. It had freed the truth of Saerion's choice. It had begun to release Aurelith. But it had not yet given Aurelith a future. The old ending was gone. No new one had taken its place. Without a future, the restored truths would scatter. Saerion might be cleared only to vanish with the collapsing prison. Aurelith might wake only to fade. The kingdom might return in shattered pieces, tearing through Greywold Vale without pattern or mercy. Mara looked toward the damaged doorway. Through it, she glimpsed the outer gallery in flashes. Nalia and Ivena held the worktable against the frame. Tessel braced the torn door with both arms. Brindlecairn stood beside him, coat torn, pressing a timber into place while Revanth shouted from somewhere behind the guards. Pigment streaked the floor like spilled dawn. Mara! Ivena cried. Come back. Saerion turned to her, Aurelith gripping his arm. Go. No, Mara. No. The correction is not finished. The prison is collapsing. Because the story has no ending. Aurelith stared at her. She is right. Saerion's face twisted. I will not let her be trapped here. Mara stepped toward him. You do not get to protect me by denying me the choice. We have had that conversation. His eyes flashed. And you do not get to ask me to watch you vanish. The pain in his voice nearly undid her. For one heartbeat, the collapsing world narrowed to the space between them. Mara had entered the painting to save him, but she saw now that love could become another form of overpainting if she used it to force a future that served only her longing. Saerion could not abandon his people for her. She could not ask it. He could not ask her to abandon the truth for safety. He would not. That was why she loved him. The realization came without thunder, without ornament. She loved him. Not the painted sorrow. Not the mystery. Not the king in need of rescue. She loved the man who would rather suffer than betray mercy, who laughed softly at her sharpness, who worried over soot on her face, who feared offering her a place he could not yet promise and still made her feel known. She did not say it. Not here. Not while the world tore around them. Love deserved a future too. Instead she said, then help me paint a door with two sides. Saerion went still. Mara turned to Aurelith. Princess, the open door treaties. Were they only sanctuary, or did they include shared governance? Aurelith blinked, then answered as if in council again. Shared passage, water, market law, and refuge. Disputes judged by witnesses from both peoples. Land stayed with those who kept and tended it, unless abandoned by oath. Mara looked at Saerion. So there is precedent. For coexistence, he said slowly. Not conquest. Not erasure. His eyes widened as he understood. Veilric's remaining echo laughed, brittle and furious. You think to restore a kingdom by making it share? I think, Mara said, reaching for the last of the joined pigment, a kingdom that survived because mercy was remembered can return only by mercy practiced. She ran to the blank wall beside the witness scene and began to paint again. This was more dangerous. The witness scene came from memory. The future did not. But Merowan had said not to restore the old ending. Give them a true one. The law of joined edges did not forbid future, it forbade invention without truth. So Mara painted from truth already present. She painted the restored bridge, because it stood. She painted Jorik Tam's field with a gate through the south hedge, because he had asked. She painted the healing fountain with two cups, because the water had always been shared. She painted the sunbow tree beside the human road, because shelter was the coronation vow. She painted Bronna's silver comb, because memory survived in families. She painted Aurelith at a council table with humans and elves together, because the treaties had begun that work. She painted Brindlecairn standing not as lord of buried history, but as witness to corrected record, because he had chosen, however late, to brace the broken door instead of destroying it. She painted Saerion not alone before a flame, but at an open threshold. And beside the threshold she painted a space not yet filled. Her hand faltered. The future asked for her own shape. Not as queen. Not as savior. Not as ornament beside a king. Something true. A painter at the edge of the doorway, brush in hand, belonging not because of bloodline or crown, but because she had chosen and been chosen in truth. Memory bleed surged. The mural demanded certainty she did not have. Who are you to paint yourself into a kingdom? Mara heard the question in Vilric's voice, but it had lived in her long before him. She had spent years keeping herself out of other people's visions. She had been praised for restraint, hired for invisibility, trusted because she did not add too much of her own hand. Saerion's voice came behind her, quiet and fierce. Mara Veyne. She looked back. He stood with Aurelith at his side, the collapsing realm bright around them. His face held fear, love, and absolute trust. You are not stealing a place, he said. You are answering the one the story has made for you. Her eyes burned. She turned back and painted the woman at the threshold with paint-stained hands. Not perfect. Not grand. Herself. The future scene took a breath. Vilric shrieked. Blue fire lashed toward it, but Aurelith seized a broken strip of painted balcony and flung it like a spear through the flame. Saerion stepped forward, hand outstretched, not to take the brush from Mara, not to direct the line, but to lend memory as an anchor. Behind him, the suspended figures of Aurelith brightened, one by one, like stars emerging through cloud. Mara drew the final line of the future scene, the treaty road passing through the painted doorway and out into the present valley. Then the wall demanded a name. Not yet the final name. She felt that instinctively. This was not the completed mural, not the full release. It was a bridge between collapse and possibility. A promise strong enough to hold until Act 5's ending could be chosen in the outer world. She named it with the only words that fit. Not past alone, she whispered. Not present alone. Amended way. The future scene flared. The collapsing between galleries stopped tearing. For one breath, everything held. Then the force of the correction threw Mara backward. Saerion caught her. This time there was no barrier, no shimmer, no impossible inch of air. His arms closed around her with desperate care, one hand at her shoulder, the other steadying her back. She gripped his sleeve, dizzy and shaking, aware of the warmth of him, the realness of him, and the way he trembled as if holding her safe cost him the last of his restraint. Mara, he whispered. I am here. For now, Vilric snarled. His echo stood at the chamber's edge, half unmade, blue fire leaking from the brush in his hand. He could no longer hide authorship. He could no longer claim righteousness without cracks. But he was not gone. You have painted possibility, he said. Not release. The final doorway still requires a completed future. And she cannot finish it from inside. The damaged outer doorway shuddered. Mara knew he was right. The future scene had stabilized the between gallery, but it had not freed it. The final naming stroke had to be made from the outer mural, where past and present met. If Mara remained inside, the future would remain only painted possibility, never joined to the living world. She pulled back from Saerion's arms. He let her, though every line of him resisted. You have to send me back, she said. His face tightened. The doorway is torn. Then mend it enough. I may not be able to. You will not be alone. Aurelith stepped forward, still flickering but upright. Brother. He looked at her. She smiled, though her eyes shone. I have been holding a balcony for 4 centuries. I can hold a door. A sound broke from him that might have been laughter if it had not been so close to tears. Together, they ran toward the damaged threshold. The path through the between gallery had changed. The future scene cast light ahead of them, forming temporary steps over blank spaces. Figures along the walls turned their heads as they passed. Some reached out. Saerion's face twisted each time he could not stop for them. Soon, Mara whispered, not knowing whether she promised them or herself. At the doorway, the tear Revanth had cut still bled blue-white light. Through it, the outer gallery appeared unstable, faces stretched by distortion, voices warped. Tessel and Brindlecairn still held the frame. Ivenna stood with the folios pressed under one arm, using her free hand to keep Nalia from reaching too close. Revanth was on the floor near the guards, restrained now, shouting uselessly. "Mara!" Nalia cried. Saerion gripped the torn frame from inside. Pain flashed across his face. Ilariveth seized the opposite side, her form flickering wildly. "Go," she said. Mara turned to Saerion. There were 100 things to say and no time for any of them. His eyes held the same knowledge. Love stood between them, unnamed and unmistakable, waiting like the final unpainted space. "I will finish it," Mara said. "I know. If the door closes, I will still know you opened it. That is not enough." His mouth curved with heartbreaking softness. "No, it is not." Then he reached for her hand. Not across a barrier now. Not through memory. His fingers closed around hers, warm and strong. He bowed his head and pressed her paint-stained knuckles briefly to his forehead, a gesture so reverent it stole her breath. No kiss. No claim. No promise spoken too soon. Only honor, gratitude, and love restrained by hope. Then he released her. Ilariveth pulled the doorway wide. Saerion pushed from the other side. Mara stepped through. The outer gallery struck her with cold air, noise, and gravity. She stumbled forward into Nalia's arms. The girl sobbed and nearly dropped her. Ivenna caught them both. Tessel roared for everyone to move back as the painted doorway snapped shut behind Mara with a crack of light. Silence fell. The mural had changed. Not fully. Not finally. But undeniably. The false accusation at the center was broken. Veelric's brush showed beneath the crown, blue flame curling from his hand rather than Saerion's. The human roads on the map remained lit, not burned. Ilariveth stood clearer on the balcony, one hand extended toward her brother. Beside the old scene, faint but visible, a new future scene had appeared: bridge, fountain, orchard, road, council table, open threshold, and a painter with stained hands standing beside a king. Mara stared at it, swaying. Brindlecairn stared too. His hands were raw from holding the timber against the doorframe. His coat sleeve was torn. His face had gone grey. Lord Revanth struggled against the guards now holding him. "Do you see? She has painted herself into it. Witchcraft. Ambition. This is exactly." Brindlecairn turned on him. "Be silent." Revanth faltered. The councillor's voice was quiet, but the room heard it. "You nearly destroyed them." "Destroyed what?" "Paint. People," Brindlecairn said. The word settled over the gallery like a verdict. Revantha's face twisted. "You fool. When the elves return, they will strip you of everything." "Perhaps," Brindlecairn said. He looked toward the mural, at the future scene where Mara had painted him as witness rather than ruler. "Or perhaps everything was never mine in the way I thought." Mara had no strength to marvel at the change in him. She could barely stand. Nalia guided her to a chair. "Mistress, your hands." Mara looked down. Her fingers were stained with joined pigment, blue and gold and green-gray. Along her palm ran a thin line of silver light where Saerion had held her hand. Ivenna knelt before her, eyes wet and furious. "Do not ever do that again without better documentation." Mara laughed weakly, and the laugh became a cough. Tessel handed her water. "Drink." She obeyed. Across the gallery, the painted doorway remained shut. Its frame was scarred where Revanth had slashed the seventh leaf, but the cut no longer bled light. It had become part of the mural's damage, not an open wound. Mara rose too quickly. Nalia caught her arm. "No. I need to open it. You need to sit." "Saerion." "The doorway is sealed," Brindlecairn said. Mara looked at him sharply. He did not sound triumphant. He sounded afraid to say the words. She crossed to the mural despite Nalia's protests and touched the latch. Flat paint. She touched the seventh leaf. Nothing. "Saerion," she whispered. No answer. Her chest tightened. Saerion. The mural remained still. Panic rose, swift and cold. Then, faintly, from the central scene, the newly revealed future scene shimmered. The painted figure of Saerion at the open threshold turned his head by the smallest degree. Not gone. Not free. Waiting. Mara pressed her hand to the wall. I will finish it. The silver line on her palm warmed once, as if in answer. Behind her, Brindlecairn spoke to the guards. Take Lord Revanth to Greywold Hall. Hold him there until the magistrate arrives. Revanth began to protest. Tessel took one step toward him, and the protest became quieter. Ivena gathered the scattered records. Nalia salvaged what pigments she could from the floor, crying silently as she worked. Brindlecairn stood before the mural as if seeing the palace for the first time and not liking what it revealed in him. Mara remained with her hand against the painted wall. The crisis had not ended. Veilric's echo was weakened, not destroyed. Aurelith remained suspended. Saerion and Alariveth were still trapped beyond a doorway Mara could not open. The magistrate would arrive soon. Greywold Vale would wake to a mural that now showed more truth than many were ready to bear. And the final future remained unfinished. But the lie had cracked. Saerion was no longer alone in the painting. Mara looked at the future scene, at the open threshold, at the space where she had painted herself beside him. She had not stolen that place. She had finally admitted the story had given it to her, and that she wanted it not as possession, not as escape, but as a shared road neither past nor present could walk alone. Her hand still warmed with the memory of his. Outside, clouds gathered over the valley. Rain began again, soft at first, then steadier, washing the treaty road, the bridge, the orchard, the fountain, the village roofs, and the ruined palace stones. In the moonlit gallery, the mural drank the grey light and held. Mara lowered her hand. Bring me fresh plaster water, she said, voice hoarse but steady. And every record on the open door treaties. We do not sleep until I know what the final stroke must join. Ivena wiped her face with her sleeve and stood. I have never liked sleep. Tessel grunted. Sleep is for ceilings that keep their promises. Nalia sniffed and gathered the surviving brushes. Mistress Veyne? Mara turned. The apprentice held up the small sable brush. Its point had survived the fall through the doorway, the memory, the collapse, and the spilled pigment. Bent slightly, stained deeply, but whole. Mara took it with care. At the center of the mural, the painted figure of Veilric had changed. His hand now held the blue-burning brush for all to see. His face, once hidden by shadow, had emerged at the edge of the council map, furious, exposed, and afraid. Good, Mara thought. Let him be afraid. For tomorrow she would not simply correct his lie. She would paint the future he had never been able to control. Here is Act 5. By morning, the moonlit gallery had become a place of witnesses. Mara had asked for records, water, pigment, and silence. Instead, by dawn, the palace had given her half the valley. They did not crowd the gallery itself. Tessel saw to that with a length of timber across the doors and a glare that discouraged even the most devoutly curious. But they gathered in the outer halls, the courtyard, the orchard slope, and along the terrace beneath the empty windows. Villagers stood shoulder to shoulder under a grey sky, whispering in low voices. Some had come because of fear. Some because of hope. Some because the changes had entered their homes, their memories, their fields, their bloodlines, and they could no longer pretend the palace was only an old ruin at the top of the hill. Bronna Hale came with her silver comb pinned into her hair. Jorik Tam came with mud still on his boots and a folded sketch of the gate he wanted built through the hedge where the treaty road crossed his land. The midwife came carrying a little girl whose fever had broken after the fountain water touched her lips. 2 shepherds came arguing softly over whether their families had always known the dawn song now haunting their flocks. The village baker brought bread because, she said, if an elven kingdom was about to return, someone should have the manners to feed it. Brindlecairn came alone. He wore no ceremonial coat, no signet gloves, no polished chain of office. Only a dark plain coat and a face that looked older than it had the day before. He stood in the gallery with the raw places on his palms bound in linen, looking at the changed mural as if it had become both accusation and invitation. Lord Revanth did not come. He had been locked in the lower chamber of Greywold Hall under guard, shouting for a solicitor, a magistrate, and wine, in that order. No one had brought the wine. The magistrate, expected by noon, had not yet arrived. Roads had shifted during the night, and messengers reported that the provincial party had taken a wrong turn onto a path lined with elven stones and now found themselves moving in a circle around the same hill. Tessel claimed the palace had developed a sense of timing. Mara did not know whether to be grateful or alarmed. She had worked through the night and into morning, not painting yet, but studying. Every record Ivena found lay open on the tables. Open door treaties, water-sharing covenants, land-tending oaths, marriage registers where elven and human names had been scratched out and were now slowly darkening back into legibility. Bridge ledgers, orchard vows, fragments of Merrow and Glassleaf's notes hidden in border designs and revealed by fountain light. The final stroke must join all edges. That was the rule. Not desire alone. Not grief alone. Not even truth alone, if truth was used like a hammer. The final painting had to give the old kingdom and the present valley a shared shape that neither erased nor devoured the other. Mara stood before the central mural with her sleeves rolled to the elbow and her hair tied back in a ribbon stiff with dried pigment. Her hands were stained beyond washing, blue at the thumb, gold across the wrist, green-gray in the lines of her palms, and one thin silver mark where Saerion had held her hand inside the painting. The painted doorway remained shut. She had not opened it since returning from the between gallery. She had tried 3 times in the night and stopped after the third. The latch was flat. The 7th leaf remained scarred by Revantha's cut. The door no longer responded to her hand. Only the future scene shimmered now and then, showing Saerion and Ilariveth in faint motion, as if they waited behind a pane of still water. "Do you think he can hear us?" Nalia asked. The girl stood beside the worktable grinding the last of the bridgestone powder into a smooth pale paste. Her eyes were red from weeping and lack of sleep, but her hands remained careful. "I think he has been listening through worse than paint," Mara said. Nalia nodded solemnly, as if that were enough to build faith upon. Ivena approached with a newly cleaned strip of vellum. Her hair stood in 3 directions, her spectacles were smudged, and her ink-stained fingers trembled from exhaustion. She looked triumphant. "I found the land clause." Mara turned at once. "Read it." Ivena cleared her throat. "Where root has been kept, root shall be honored. Where road has been remembered, passage shall be granted. Where hearth has warmed through winter and harvest, no hand, elven or human, shall cast it down for old claim without witness, recompense, and consent." Jorik Tam, standing just inside the doors, grunted. "That sounds like my field stays mine." "With a road through it," Ivena said. "With a gate," Jorik replied. "With a gate," Mara said. He nodded once, satisfied enough for a man whose barley field had become a matter of ancient diplomacy. Brindlecairn stepped closer to the table. "Where was that clause found?" "In a bridge maintenance ledger," Ivena said. He blinked. "Why?" "Because someone in Aurelith had a sense of humor or a filing system that should be tried for crimes." Mara looked at Brindlecairn. "This means Aurelith's own law does not support taking homes from those who tended the land during its absence." His expression shifted, almost imperceptibly. Relief, perhaps. Shame too. "My family's grant of the northern slope," he said quietly. "If it was built on broken history, then it must be reviewed," Ivena said. Mara gave her a look. Ivena sighed and softened her tone by a heroic degree. "Reviewed does not necessarily mean stripped away. The clause requires witness, recompense, and consent. Not revenge." Brindlecairn nodded, though the motion seemed difficult. "I have spent my life defending a history I did not know was wounded." "That is different from wounding it yourself," Mara said. He looked toward the slash across the painted doorway. "Not different enough." No one answered that. Outside the gallery, the villagers stirred. The sunbow tree beyond the windows gave off a faint golden glow, though the sky remained clouded. The healing fountain in the inner courtyard ran louder than it had the day before. Its sound moved through the palace like breath. Mara lifted the small sable brush. Its tip was slightly bent from the previous night's passage through the painting, but when wet, it still came to a fine point. "What will you paint first?" Nalia asked. "Not first," Mara said. "Last." The girl frowned. "Everything important is already here. Orchard, fountain, bridge, road, balcony, map, witness scene, future scene. The final work is not to add another grand image. It is to connect them so the mural stops being a prison and becomes a doorway." Ivena looked up from her notes. "The law of joined edges." "Yes." Tessel stood near the gallery doors with his arms folded. "If you ask me, the wall has too many edges already. Then perhaps it is time it learned to share them." A sound moved through the mural. Not cracking. Not groaning. Listening. Mara stepped closer to the central wall. The old accusation had changed beyond recognition, yet its bones remained. Saerion still stood at the center, but no longer alone. Ilarivetha's balcony was clear now, her figure reaching toward him. Veelric's brush was visible beneath the peeled-back crown, the blue flame curling from his hand. The map showed human roads still lit, protected by open-door marks. Merowan's hidden signature shone beneath the council chamber scene. Beside it, the future scene Mara had painted inside the between gallery waited, faint but alive: bridge, fountain, orchard, road, council table, Saerion at a threshold, and Mara with paint-stained hands. Yet the scene was not complete. Its roads ended before reaching the outer world. The painted doorway remained closed. Aurelith hovered in possibility, not release. Mara dipped her brush into clear plaster water, then into the joined pigment: bridge white, fountain blue, orchard gold, treaty dust, sunbow green, and a single fleck of soot from the council chamber. The color that formed was difficult to name. It looked like dawn seen on wet stone, like leaves under water, like gold remembered through ash. She began at the orchard. One thin line from the sunbow roots to the palace road. The mural trembled. Mara drew the line onward, not straight, never forcing the old scene into new geometry. She followed what already existed: cracks in plaster, hidden border vines, old Merowan marks, the curve of the painted procession, the restored waterbearer's bowl. Each connection accepted damage rather than hiding it. A crack became a road ditch. A stain became shadow beneath a bridge. A loss in the plaster became an open gate. The gallery brightened. Beyond the windows, the real sunbow tree answered. Its leaves turned, though no wind moved. The villagers outside fell silent. Mara connected the fountain to the treaty road. The sound of water swelled. In the inner courtyard, someone gasped. Later, Mara would learn that the healing fountain had overflowed into two channels, one running toward the palace gardens, the other down the hill toward Greywold Vale. At that moment, she only heard the water and trusted it. She connected the bridge to Jorik's field, painting the south hedge gate exactly as he had sketched it: crooked, practical, and wide enough for a cart. Jorik made a choked sound behind her. "That hinge is wrong." Mara did not look away from the wall. "Then fix it after." Tessel grunted. "Good man." She connected Bronna's silver comb to the treaty table, adding a tiny mark no larger than a grain of barley, a human hand offering bread beside an elven hand holding a key. Bronna began to sing under her breath. Others outside took up the melody without knowing how they knew it. Mara connected Ilarivetha's balcony to the council table. The princess's painted figure brightened, her blurred edges sharpening. Her amber eyes opened fully and fixed on Mara with fierce approval. Then Mara came to Saerion. The painted king stood at the threshold in the future scene, neither crowned nor diminished. Behind him, Aurelith's towers waited. Before him, the valley road opened. The old scene and new scene touched at his empty hand. Mara's brush hovered. This was the most dangerous edge. If she painted him returning only to his old throne, the kingdom might rise as it had been and push aside all that had grown in its absence. If she painted him only into the human present, she might free the man while leaving his people suspended. If she painted herself too strongly beside him, love might become possession. If she painted herself absent, She would deny the truth the story had already made. Her hand trembled. The mural whispered. Veilric's voice, thin but still cruel, slid from the blue flame. Careful, human. Every painter reveals her hunger in the end. The gallery chilled. Nalia stepped back. Ivenna clutched the folios. Brindlecairn went pale. Tessel lifted his hammer as if one could strike a disembodied voice. Mara did not turn. Veilric's painted figure stirred at the edge of the central scene, half exposed, half formed from blue fire and old ink. You want him, the echo whispered. There is no shame in admitting it. Paint him free and keep him. Let the kingdom remain a noble memory. One man is easier to love than a people. The future scene flickered. Mara's heart clenched. For a breath, she saw it. Saerion stepping through alone. The two of them leaving behind the impossible burden of a restored kingdom. No council disputes. No frightened villagers. No ancient land claims. No suspended elves waking with grief from 4 lost centuries. Only the man she loved made free. The temptation hurt because it wore the face of tenderness. Then the painted Saerion turned his head slightly within the mural, eyes searching as if he could feel the edge of her thought. Mara lowered the brush. No, she said. Love that abandons his people would not be love of him. Veilric's echo hissed. She dipped the brush again. A second vision opened, sharper, colder. Aurelith restored in full splendor, towers whole, elves rejoicing, Saerion crowned in light. Human roads bending away. Greywold homes fading into gardens. Jorik's field gone. Bronner's bakery replaced by an elven court of song. Brindlecairn's hall erased as if it had never stood. Veilric's voice softened. Then restore him properly. Restore all. Humans are brief. Their villages are dust before elven memory finishes a sentence. Give Aurelith what was stolen. Mara's hand ached. The grandeur of it called to every artist in her. The clean lines. The complete city. The heartbreak undone. But it was false, not because Aurelith had not existed, but because Greywold Vale existed too. No, Mara said again. A past that devours the present is only another prison. The blue flame recoiled. Brindlecairn whispered behind her, Mercy remembered. Mara looked toward him. He stood rigid, as if the words had escaped before pride could stop them. His eyes were on the mural, but not on Saerion. On the small figure Mara had painted of him inside the future scene, bracing a broken door. Witness, not ruler. Accountable, not erased. Mara nodded once. Then she painted. She drew a line from Saerion's empty hand to Alaraveth's restored balcony, then from Alaraveth to the treaty table, then from the treaty table to the human road. She painted Saerion not stepping over the threshold alone, but holding the door open from one side while hands from the other side reached to meet, not worshipping, not pleading, simply greeting. She painted Aurelith's towers rising where their foundations still remembered them, but leaving Greywold's homes in place where hearths had been kept. She painted new council seats beneath the treaty trees, elven, human, and one empty chair marked for witness, because truth would need tending beyond one day. She painted the healing fountain flowing into 2 channels. She painted Jorik's gate properly after Tessel muttered the hinge correction. She painted Brindlecairn laying his signet on the treaty table. The councillor made a sound, very soft. She painted Lord Revanth absent from the table, his land claims rolled and sealed for review by witnesses rather than force. Not destroyed. Not indulged. Judged. She painted Ivenna with a book open, recording. Ivenna sniffed. Make my hair less mad. No. Tessel gave a low chuckle. Mara painted Nalia holding a bowl of pigment, not behind her, but beside her. Nalia began crying again. Mara painted Tessel with both hands on a rebuilt doorframe. Too handsome, he said. I am correcting for personality. Fair. Then only one space remained. Beside Saerion at the threshold. Mara stood before it, brush lifted. The gallery had gone utterly still. The villagers outside no longer sang. Even the fountain seemed to quiet. She could leave the space empty. It would be safe. Humble. Praiseworthy in the old way. She could paint herself there as restorer, then step away when the work was done. But that would no longer be true. She loved him. And more than that, she had become part of the joined edge between the worlds. Human hand, elven memory. Restorer, witness, future maker. The story had asked her to stand not above either people, but between them with a brush and an honest line. Mara painted herself beside Saerion. Not crowned. Not robed in splendor. Her painted sleeves were rolled. Her hands were stained. Her face was tired. Her gaze was turned toward the open road, not toward Saerion alone, but her shoulder touched his. A clean, quiet joining. The mural took a deep breath. Light spread from every restored line at once. The orchard blazed gold. The fountain shone blue. The bridge brightened white. The treaty road unfurled through the painted valley. Aurelith stepped fully from her blurred balcony into clear color. The suspended figures of Aurelith sharpened, one by one, thousands of faces emerging from pigment and shadow. Veyne's echo screamed. His painted hand still clutched the blue-burning brush, but now the brush had nowhere to hide. The flame turned inward, illuminating every lie he had layered over the truth. His robes unraveled into ink. His face twisted, not in repentance, but in fury that the story had escaped him. You cannot control what comes after, he spat. Mara met the painted echo's eyes. No, she said. That is why it can live. She turned to the base of the future scene. The final naming stroke waited. This was more than a label. More than a title. It was the meaning the wall would carry into reality. The old mural had been a prison because Veyne named tragedy as ending. Mara would not name happiness as if grief vanished. She would not name restoration as if time reversed. She would not name victory as if one side had defeated another. She thought of Saerion asking whether there was still a today. Aurelith holding a balcony for centuries. Merowan leaving hidden marks for a future hand. Bronna remembering Severa. Jorik asking for a gate. Brindlecairn bracing the door he had once meant to bury. Nalia learning to listen. Ivena's ink refusing to stay silent. Tessel keeping stones from falling on clever heads. She thought of broken things that did not become whole by pretending they had never broken. Then Mara drew the final line. It began beneath the painted doorway, curved through the future road, touched the fountain, passed under the bridge, circled the sunbow route, and returned to the open threshold. In a clear voice, she named it. The doorway of mended days. The world opened. Not violently. Not like conquest. Like a breath held too long finally released. The central painted doorway widened in a flood of gold. This time it did not grow by distorting the wall. The wall itself accepted it. Pigment became depth. Depth became threshold. Threshold became door. The seventh leaf, scarred by Revantha's cut, mended with a silver seam that remained visible. The latch lifted, dark green metal beneath Mara's hand. She stepped back. For one terrible heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Saerion crossed through. He did not stumble as a ghost might, nor burst forth as a legend might. He stepped carefully, one foot onto the gallery floor, then the other, as if honoring the boundary even as he passed it. He stood in the present world. Real. The gallery light fell over him without turning to paint. His ceremonial robes were faded and torn, but they moved with the air. His silver-black hair stirred against his shoulder. His amber eyes lifted to the vaulted ceiling, the open windows, the watching humans, the ruined stone, the world that had gone on without him. Mara could not move. Saerion looked at his hands first. He opened and closed them slowly. Then he turned toward the window. Rain had stopped. Sunlight, pale and new, spilled through the clouds. He took one step toward it. Then another. At the edge of a sunbeam, he stopped and let light touch his face. No one spoke. A king who had watched centuries pass like brushstrokes stood in morning light and wept without shame. Mara's own eyes blurred. Behind him, the doorway brightened again. Aurelith crossed next, half running before her feet had fully met the floor. Saerion turned just in time for her to collide with him. He caught her, and this time when she clung to him, she did not flicker. She was solid, breathing, laughing and crying at once. You are taller, she said against his shoulder. You have said that every time you wished to avoid emotion. And you have always been rude enough to notice. His laugh broke. He held her tighter. After Aurelith came others. Slowly at first, then in a widening stream, the people of Aurelith emerged from the doorway of mended days. Elven healers, guards, children, elders, artisans, servants, counselors, cooks, scribes. Some stepped through dazed and silent. Some fell to their knees and touched the floor. Some cried out names. Some stared at the human villagers with fear. Some looked toward Saerion as if waking from a nightmare and finding the nightmare had lasted 400 years. The gallery could not hold them all. But as they crossed, the palace changed. Not rebuilt in a single blinding sweep. Restored by joined edges. A cracked arch lifted where its stones had remained. A collapsed stair reformed only to the landing that still had foundations. Roofs returned over rooms whose walls remembered them. Gardens unfolded where no human homes stood. The eastern wing rose in luminous fragments, leaving gaps where time had claimed too much to pretend otherwise. The restored city of Aurelith did not crush Greywold Vale. It settled into the valley like a long-buried root finding water beside newer growth. Outside, villagers cried out as towers appeared through sunlight and mist. The treaty road widened but curved around Jorik's field, touching his new gate. The fountain channels ran downhill. The bridge became broad enough for carts from both sides. Boundary stones rose, not as walls, but as markers carved with two hands, one offering bread, one offering a key. The palace was no longer ruin. Nor was it the old Aurelith. It was something stranger and more hopeful. When the last of the first crossing had passed into the gallery, the painted doorway dimmed but did not close. It remained open within the mural, now a true door set inside a finished scene. Beyond it glowed not the between gallery, but a deep painted record of what had been survived. Vilric's figure remained in the mural too. Not alive. Not powerful. He stood at the edge of the council map, brush in hand, exposed forever as the author of the false flame. His face was turned away from the future scene, unable to bear the part he could not control. Mara lowered the brush. Her knees almost gave. Saerion saw and came to her at once. He stopped just before touching her, though every line of him longed to do so. Even now, even freed, his restraint held. Not distance. Honor. Mara, he said. The sound of her name in the open air nearly undid her. She tried to smile. You found today. His expression shifted, love and wonder breaking through all his carefulness. You painted me one. Only then did he offer his hand. Mara placed hers in it. No barrier. No shimmer. No magic refusing them. His fingers closed around hers, warm and real, and the silver line on her palm brightened once before fading into her skin. Around them, elves and humans watched. Some smiled. Some wept. Some looked bewildered and afraid. The world had not become simple because the door had opened. But it had become honest enough to begin. Aurelith stepped beside Saerion, wiping her cheeks with no concern for dignity. She looked Mara up and down. So this is the human painter who taught my brother to stop brooding in straight lines. Saerion closed his eyes. Aurelith. Mara laughed, too exhausted to hide it. Only some of the lines. Aurelith's eyes warmed. Then I owe you more thanks than I can say. No, Mara said. Merowan began it. You held it. Saerion remembered. I only joined the edges. Only, Veyne said from behind her, voice thick. She says only after rearranging recorded reality before breakfast. Brindlecairn stood near the doors, watching the first elves of Aurelith step into his valley. His face held awe, grief, and fear in equal measure. When Saerion turned to him, the councillor bowed. It was not graceful. It was not practiced. It was difficult enough to matter. King Saerion, Brindlecairn said. I have wronged this palace through ignorance and fear. Some of that ignorance was inherited. Some I chose. Greywold Vale will require terms, protections, and time. Saerion released Mara's hand only after the smallest hesitation, then faced him fully. Aurelith will require the same. Brindlecairn looked up. No home will be taken without witness, recompense, and consent, Saerion said. No road will be closed to those whose families kept it alive in forgetting. No record will be changed by force. And no ruler, elven or human, will stand above the truth of what happened here. Mara felt her chest loosen. Brindlecairn nodded slowly. Then we have much work. Aurelith lifted one brow. Good. I have been waiting 4 centuries to be busy. That was how the new council began, not with ceremony, but with exhaustion, bread, arguments, and every available chair dragged into the restored moonlit gallery. The magistrate arrived near dusk, irritable from the circular road and entirely unprepared for a restored elven kingdom. Veyne greeted him with 3 stacks of documents and the expression of a woman who had waited her whole life to defeat authority with footnotes. Brindlecairn gave testimony against Lord Revanth, whose attempts to destroy the mural and seize control of land claims became difficult to deny once 3 guards, Tessel, Nalia, and a newly restored elven princess all contradicted him. Revanth was not executed, which disappointed Tessel privately and pleased Mara morally. He was stripped of disputed toll rights pending review, fined for unlawful violence against a protected historical work, and sent under guard to the provincial seat to explain why his concern for public safety had included a scraper. Brindlecairn remained councillor, but not as he had been. His authority was placed under a provisional shared council of Greywold and Aurelith witnesses. He accepted this with the weary dignity of a man discovering that accountability did not kill him, however much it bruised. Jorik got his gate. Bronna reopened the bakery with 3 elven recipes she remembered from Severa and 2 she invented because, as she said, no restored kingdom should be forced to eat only historically accurate bread. Nalia became Mara's formal apprentice in both restoration and verscript ethics, though Mara warned her that magic did not excuse sloppy brush care. Tessel was appointed Master of Doors by Aurelith after he repaired 6 actual doors and insulted 3 ceremonial ones into better alignment. He claimed to dislike the title and answered to it immediately. Veyne became Keeper of Mended Records, a position she created, defended, and filled before anyone gathered the strength to object. Days became weeks, then months. Aurelith did not awaken easily. Some elves struggled with the changed world. Some humans resented the upheaval. Memories continued to settle unpredictably, and more than one family argument required both Veyne's records and Aurelith's diplomacy. The healing fountain did not cure all illness. The sunbow trees did not bloom on command. The treaty road still upset cartwheels in wet weather. Restoration, Mara often reminded people, was not the same as perfection. Saerion returned to rule, but not as the untouched king from old murals. He spent long days in council, listening more than speaking. He walked the human village without guards when he could, though Aurelith objected until Tessel offered to accompany him with a hammer. He visited the restored North Gate where Severa had once held passage from the human side and stood there a long time with Bronna's hand in his. And every evening he came to the moonlit gallery. Not always to speak with Mara. Sometimes they were too tired for words. She would be cleaning a border scene or teaching Nalia pigment preparation, and he would stand nearby reading a newly restored record or watching sunlight leave the wall. The quiet between them changed. It was no longer the silence of a barrier, but of 2 people learning how to share ordinary time after extraordinary longing. Their affection grew in careful, visible ways. His hand at her elbow when she climbed down from scaffolding. Her insistence that he eat when council ran past noon. The way he looked for her when laughter crossed a room. The way she could read weariness in the set of his shoulders before anyone else saw it. Once, during a lantern festival held jointly in the palace courtyard and Greywold Square, Mara found him beneath the sunbow tree, watching children hang lights from the lower branches. Human children and elven children had begun the evening on opposite sides of the courtyard. By moonrise they were chasing one another through the restored fountain mist, shrieking in the same language of mischief. Saerion stood slightly apart, smiling as if the sight hurt. Mara came beside him. You look like a man trying not to weep at lanterns. I am a king. I can weep at lanterns with great authority. That is good. I would hate to think you were out of practice. He turned toward her. The lantern light warmed his amber eyes. Mara. She knew that tone now. It was the voice he used when the truth had become too large to remain waiting. Her heart steadied rather than raced. Yes. I have tried to be patient. You have succeeded often enough to remain respectable. His mouth curved, but his gaze stayed serious. I said once that I could not shape freedom's answer without placing you somewhere inside it. I remember. I have seen the world I entered now. It is broken in places. Beautiful in more. Demanding in all. My people need me. Greywold needs more than promises. The work ahead may take longer than grief has already taken from me. I know. I cannot offer you an easy life. I have spent the last months negotiating with haunted plaster, counselors, displaced roads, and your sister. I stopped expecting ease some time ago. That startled a laugh from him, but it faded into tenderness. He stepped closer, still leaving room for her to choose the space between them. Then let me offer truth. I love you, Mara Veyne. Not because you opened the door, though you did. Not because you freed me, though you have. I love you because you would not let love become another kind of lie. You saw my grief, my doubt, my failure, and my mercy, and you asked the wall to tell all of it. You painted me a future that did not belong to me alone. If there is a place beside me that you would freely take, it is yours. Not by debt. Not by crown. By my heart's choosing. The courtyard noise seemed to fade. Mara looked at him, this immortal elf king who had crossed through centuries with sorrow in his hands and still offered love as gently as a question. I love you too, she said. The words were simple. They were enough. They felt like the final line of a painting she had been afraid to begin. Saerion's breath caught. He reached for her hand, slowly enough that she could refuse. She did not. His fingers closed around hers, and this time the gesture was not desperate or impossible. It was calm. Chosen. Then, he said softly, may I court you in the manner of both our peoples, with all required patience and excessive witnesses. Mara glanced across the courtyard, where Aurelith was openly watching them while pretending to adjust a lantern. Ivena had stopped writing mid-sentence. Nalia clasped both hands under her chin. Tessel appeared to be threatening a door hinge but had turned his good ear toward them. I believe the witnesses are already excessive, Mara said. Saerion smiled. The patience remains. They did not rush. Mara would later be grateful for that. The story around them had moved with terrifying speed, but love deserved time to become daily, not only dramatic. Saerion courted her with walks along the treaty road, with quiet breakfasts after council, with old Elven poems translated badly enough that Aurelith threatened to intervene, with questions about her work, her childhood, her sketches, and the private inventions she had once hidden at the bottom of her trunk. Mara showed him the sketchbook one rainy afternoon. He turned each page with reverence. Doorways, he said. I drew them before Aurelith. I know. How? His finger hovered over a drawing of a door opening into a garden of floating stones. Because your hand always knew restoration was not only looking backward. Mara leaned against the table beside him. I was afraid invention would make me careless. It can. That is not comforting. Truth seldom comforts by pretending danger is absent. He looked up at her. But your imagination listens. That is why it can be trusted. For a long moment, she could not answer. Then she touched his shoulder lightly, a small affection no barrier stopped. He covered her hand with his. Their wedding took place at midsummer in the restored moonlit gallery. By then, the mural had become the heart of the new Aurelith, not because it displayed triumph, but because it refused to hide the cost of hope. Scholars came to study it, but no one was allowed to copy only the beautiful parts. The false flame remained. Veilric remained exposed. The damaged seventh leaf remained with its silver seam. Saerion insisted on that. Mara agreed. A mended thing should not be ashamed of its seam. The gallery was filled with sunbow leaves, human bread, elven lanterns, and water from the healing fountain poured into 2 clear bowls. The restored windows stood open to the valley. Beyond them, Greywold's roofs and Aurelith's towers shared the same golden evening light. Mara wore a gown of soft ivory linen embroidered at the sleeves with tiny open doors and leaves. Nalia had helped stitch the hem, pricking her finger 5 times and declaring each drop of blood historically significant. Bronner baked honey loaves for the feast. Ivena stood as Mara's witness, ink on her fingers despite 3 attempts to wash it off. Tessel escorted Mara to the threshold of the gallery, muttering that the floor had better behave. Saerion stood beneath the mural in deep green and gold, his restored ceremonial robe altered with 1 new border, a painted road crossing a human field through a practical little gate. Jorik had laughed for a full minute when he saw it, then pretended he had only coughed. Ilariveth stood beside her brother as his witness, radiant and irreverent, with silver curls pinned in place for exactly as long as the ceremony required and not a breath more. The vows were spoken first in the human fashion, simple and clear. Mara promised loyalty, truth, patience in sorrow, courage in change, and love without possession. Saerion promised shelter without confinement, honor without silence, partnership in duty, tenderness in weariness, and love that would not ask her to become less herself. Then came the Elven rite. A hush fell when Ilariveth brought forward a shallow bowl of fountain water and sunbow light. The shared measure was older than the palace, older even than some of the trees whose roots had remembered the first kings. It was not performed lightly. It did not make a mortal ageless in isolation, nor bind a heart by force. It joined the measure of 2 lives freely vowed, so that their years would move together, neither outrunning the other into loneliness. Saerion turned to Mara before the rite began. "You may refuse this," he said quietly, for her ears first, though the whole gallery heard. "My love does not require it. My vows stand without it. No crown, no council, no custom, and no hope of mine has claim over your years." Mara looked at the man who had spent centuries trapped by a story that denied choice. Of course he would make the choice clear. Of course she loved him all the more for it. "I know," she said. His eyes searched hers. "You are certain?" She smiled. "Saerion, I crossed into a collapsing mural for you. I have considered the matter." A ripple of laughter moved through the gallery. Even Saerion laughed, though his eyes shone. Then Mara sobered and took both his hands. "I choose this freely. Not because I fear a human life is too short to matter. It matters. Mine mattered before I met you. I choose because the future we painted is shared, and I would walk the full measure of it beside you." Saerion bowed his head over their joined hands. Ilariveth touched the fountain water to their wrists. Ivena laid one hand over Mara's shoulder as witness for the human side. Ilariveth laid one hand over Saerion's as witness for the Elven. The water warmed. Sunbow light gathered in the bowl and rose in 2 fine threads, 1 gold and 1 silver. The threads circled Mara's wrist, then Saerion's, crossing between them like joined lines in a mural. They spoke the final words together. "Your years shall not be a road I abandon. My years shall not be a door I close. By witness, by mercy, by chosen measure, we walk together." The light entered their hands. Mara felt no violent change. No tearing away of mortality, no cold immortal spell. Only a deep, quiet widening, as if a door inside her had opened onto a longer road. She felt Saerion's life beside hers, not consuming, not overwhelming, but joined. A steady presence. A shared horizon. Saerion inhaled softly. She knew he felt it too. The gallery erupted. Elven voices rose in song. Human hands clapped because most of them did not know the song yet and needed something joyful to do. Nalia cried so hard she smeared her sleeve with ceremonial pigment. Tessel wiped one eye and blamed dust. Ivena attempted to record the moment and gave up when tears blurred the page. Saerion drew Mara close, still careful, still reverent. "May I?" he whispered. She smiled. "You may." He kissed her. It was gentle, clean, and brief enough for every aunt, apprentice, council member, and ancient treaty spirit to approve, yet full of such tenderness that Mara felt the whole story of the painted doorway close around them, not as prison now, but as blessing. When they parted, Ilariveth sniffed. "Acceptable." Tessel grunted. "For royalty." Ivena wiped her eyes. "Historically significant." Nalia sobbed, "Beautiful." Mara laughed, and Saerion held her hand as if laughter were another vow. Later, after the feast had filled the courtyard and lanterns floated above the restored fountain, Mara and Saerion slipped back into the moonlit gallery for one quiet moment. The mural glowed in the soft evening dark. There was the old city beneath starlight. The final council. Veelric exposed. Ilariveth warning. Merowan's hidden marks. The orchard vow. The healing water. The bridge. The treaty road. Greywold and Aurelith joined without being made identical. The doorway of mended days stood open at the center, no longer leading to a prison, but to memory rightly kept. And there, in the future scene, the painted figures of Mara and Saerion stood side by side at the threshold. Their painted shoulders touched. Saerion looked at the mural for a long time. When I watched centuries pass from inside it, the world seemed made only of loss. Mara leaned lightly against him. And now? He looked down at her, amber eyes warm in the lantern light. Now I think even loss may become a doorway, if truth and mercy are patient enough to find the latch. Mara smiled. That sounds like something Ivena will write down and attribute poorly. She may improve it. She will certainly footnote it. They stood together in comfortable silence. Outside, music began again. Human fiddles, elven harps, children's clapping, Ilariveth's laugh rising over all of it. The valley beyond the windows held both Greywold's hearthlights and Aurelith's lanterns, separate and shared, old and new, neither swallowed by the other. Mara reached for Saerion's hand. He took it. No barrier shimmered between them. No painted wall held him back. No hidden lie chose the ending. Together, they stepped through the gallery's real doorway into the midsummer night, where the restored kingdom waited, not perfect, not simple, but alive. And behind them, the doorway of mended days shone softly on the wall, keeping the memory of how tragedy had been revised, not by erasing sorrow, but by painting hope carefully enough to hold.